Okay, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call the meeting for the Oxnard City Council for January the 5th, 2021 to order. This is the first meeting of the 2021. And I'd like to share also that our closed session today was canceled due to insufficient information, and that'll be carried on for the future. So roll call.
Councilwoman Basua,
Here.
Councilmember Lopez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Here.
Councilmember Porello,
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here.
Thank you.
And join me for the Pledge of Allegiance, and we can have Mayor Pro Tem lead us.
Thank you. If you'd place your hand over your heart and join me in saluting the flag of our nation by saying, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if you would all hold just for a moment of silence, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, our next item on the agenda is a presentation, a proclamation designating January the 18th, Dr. Martin Luther King Day. And what I'd like to do is read a little statement here before we start. As Larita, I'm sure Larita's with us. It's an honor for me to present this proclamation to the Martin Luther King Committee, proclaiming January 18th, 2021 as the 35th annual Reverend Martin Luther King Day. I've had the pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, of participating in this March birthday celebration for years as a resident, as a council member, and as a county supervisor, and now as your mayor. I remember working with Council Member Bedford Pinkert, the late Council Member Bedford Pinkert, Dr. Irene Pinkert, Vince Stewart, and also the other committee members. And we just marched from downtown Plaza to all the way to the PAC, whether it was rain or shine, we were there marching. And I remember
That's right.
many of the council members are there and that march with us, and it was just great. And today, because of the pandemic, because of COVID-19, we'll be celebrating virtually. So I invite everyone to join us virtually on this particular day. So I have, Larita, I have a proclamation that I'd like to read on your behalf. And this would be Reverend Dr. Luther King Jr. Day, January 18, 2021. Whereas Reverend Dr. Luther King Jr. worked to affirm the ideals and freedom, dignity, and opportunity for all races and people to help our nation recognize the importance of upholding the American founding principles of equality and justice for all. And whereas Dr. King served as a voice of conscience for our nation, and his words and actions continue to inspire courage, humility, and compassion. His enduring contributions to America remind us of the countless others around the world that people should not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of the character. As whereas January 18, 2021 has been set aside as a national holiday to pay tribute to Dr. King, and the theme of this year's commemoration is Lives End When We Are Silent. Get trouble, good trouble. Because Dr. King taught us that citizenship includes recognizing the value of each individual and each culture. Whereas the 35th annual Martin Luther King Jr. Birthday celebration will be held Monday, January the 18th, 2021 at 10 a.m. The virtual event will feature youth speakers, scripture readings, gospel musical selections by MLK Celebration Choir. We therefore commend the Martin Luther King Jr. Committee of Ventura County for their commitment to keeping this legacy alive. Now, therefore, I, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim January the 18th, 2021 as Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And the City of Oxnard encourages all residents to recognize the lasting truth of his words and legacy and to renew our commitment to the principles of justice, equality, opportunity, optimism that Dr. King espoused and amplified. and participate on January the 18th, 2021 at 10 a.m. for the virtual event, or at 4:30 p.m. for a drive-in rebroadcast of the morning's event at the Oxnard Performing Arts Center. It witness, therefore, I hereunto hand my seal and consecrate seal of the city of Oxnard to be affixed on this 5th day of January 2021. And we have for Larita, we have the proclamation here with us.
Beautiful.
And this proclamation will be available tomorrow over at City Hall. And you can call our office and someone will take it down to you. And we apologize because of COVID, we're not participating or allowing the public to come into the offices, but we do have this proclamation and we're all honored, to hand this to you on behalf of the city of Oxnard. And Dorita, I know you might have a couple of words, and we have a speaker that would like to speak probably after you and maybe the council members. Larita, you'd like to share a couple of words?
Yes, I would, Mayor. Congratulations, first of all. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can see you, but I can't see myself, so I don't know what
We
I
can
look
hear,
like.
we can hear your voice. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you once again for this wonderful honor that we're receiving from the city of Oxnard. And we're just so grateful to be able to come again and bring forth a celebration of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. And this year, of course, it's been challenging. However, we're still overcoming.
Mhm.
And as the mayor stated, that the event will be on Monday, the 18th, and it's a free virtual event. We ask that you will definitely go to our online Zoom, Facebook, Live, YouTube, and participate with us. We'd like to have a great big showing on this because we've actually put a lot of work in and we're still working. But it's at 10 a.m. Live.
Mhm.
And of course, the theme is taken from a quote from Dr. King and John Lewis.
Mhm.
Lives end when we are silent, get in trouble, good trouble.
Right.
Then following the 10 a.m., we'd like you to join us at 4:30 at the Oxnard Performing Arts Center. We're actually going to be having a drive-in type ceremony there, and where we've worked with Lance Sterling and his assistants, and that's all coming together as well. But we're also hoping that it'll be on our channel, a local channel, where we have our city council meetings. When I spoke with the city managers, he said, yes, I think that'll be possible. And so we're hoping that for those who are disabled or not able to get out or don't have the online service, they can just turn on their TV and actually, get a reprogramming of it. And I think it probably loop around several times during the day. But once again, we just like to say thank you, thank you, thank you for all your support throughout the years, and especially to you, Mayor Zaragoza, and congratulations once again.
Thank you,
May
Larita.
God bless and keep all of you.
Thank you so much, Larita. And council members, I know you'd like to say a couple of words, but before we have that, we have a speaker, and one speaker by the name of Chris Hernandez would like to say a couple of words. And that speaker will have 3 minutes, and then we can go to the council members for some comments if you'd like so.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Chris Hernandez. I'm the vice chair of the 5 Points Neighborhood Council. I'd like to start off by just saying congratulations to Mr. Zaragoza, and I want to thank the council for having me. I just wanted to speak on the topic and just say that I think this is a great thing that the city of Oxnard is doing um, in the honor of Dr. Martin Luther King and the people of color and everybody here, and it shows the diversity that the Oxnard city has. So I know we're a large population of Hispanics, but we also have blacks and Filipino community. So I really like the fact that you guys are acknowledging the diversity. So it shows a lot. We are in a new age, and I think it's fair for all of us to be honored like that. And this is a great thing for the community. So I just wanted to thank you guys for that.
Thank you, Chris. And I'm sure that quite a few people are listening. And I think Larita, you've done an excellent job in making the presentation available to the community to email and other means of media. Any council members like to share any words at this time?
Mr. Mayor, if I can make a couple comments.
Mayor Pro Tem. Mhm.
Thank you. Larita, thank you for all your work and the work of all your committee members. It's been an honor to attend this event over the years and catch up with everybody. And when I think of Dr. King, I think my favorite quote from him is, and I believe this came out of his I Have a Dream speech, is the one where he says, I look to a day when people will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
Mhm.
And to me, that is so powerful in that we need to get over, first blush appearances and really see the person for who the person is, regardless of outward appearances. And I so wholeheartedly believe that. So thank you for the celebration you put together and your committee puts together for Dr. Martin Luther King's life and all his good work. And we still have a long ways to go, but I think we're still on the right track. So I applaud all of your efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
Mayor
you.
Pro Tem. Okay, no other presentations. Well, Larita, thank you tremendously. Again, the proclamation is going to be available for you tomorrow morning. I think we have Bert Perello would like to say a couple of words. Bert.
Yes, I appreciate the fact that the city of Oxnard takes the opportunity to honor this individual for all the things that he did.
Yes.
And in this day and age when there still are serious problems in our nation, even locally, we need to remember that if a person did or did not come from here, born and raised here, speak with an accent, citizenship, whatever, all people matter. Men, women, all colors, whatever they all matter. So thank you very much for the work that you're doing with your organization. It has been fun walking in that event. And unfortunately, this year, we're not going to be able to do that. But thank you again for you and the rest of the members of your committee to do the work. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Councilmember. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Larita. And again, we're going to participate. And thank you so much again after year after year after year with the good job you've done for the Martin Luther King Committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be blessings to all of you.
Thank you. Mhm. Okay, our next item is a really important item, just as important as the one we just finished. And this is the swearing in of Police Chief Jason. And this is going to be done by Judge Gilbert Romero. He'll be administering the oath of office to the incoming Chief Benitez. I'd just like to share a little bit about Judge Gilbert Romero. He's a third generation Ventura County resident. Judge Romero grew up here in Oxnard and has been a long positive figure here in the community. Following his graduation from the University of California, Hastings School of Law, he began his career in 1998 as a law clerk for the Ventura County District Attorney's Office. The following year, he was hired as a full-time deputy attorney and was promoted senior deputy DA in 2007. During his time as a prosecutor, Gilbert handled sexual assault, domestic violence, white-collar crimes, and fraud cases. In 2012, Governor Brown appointed Gilbert to Superior Court judge. Judge Romero currently presides over a variety of cases in the Ventura County Superior Court Criminal Division. At this time, I'm sure that he would like to have the honor of administering the oath to our new Chief Benitez.
Hi, good evening.
Your Honor.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
All right. I can't see Jason, but I'm assuming he's there, correct?
We can see him. Yes.
All right. I will now swear in Jason Benitez as the Oxnard Police Department's 22nd Chief of Police. Chief Benitez, can you please raise your right hand if it's not already?
He's raising his right hand. Yes.
Please respond to what I read. Your response is your solemn vow. Do you, Jason Benitez, solemnly swear to willingly and enthusiastically accept the duties and responsibilities of the position of Chief of Police for the City of Oxnard?
I do.
Do you promise to discharge those duties to the best of your ability in accordance with the city and departmental policy, state and federal law, and guided by the core values of the Oxnard Police Department?
I do.
Do you acknowledge that you will be held to a standard of conduct higher than that of the average citizen in both your professional and private life? And will you adhere to the law enforcement code of ethics to meet that expectation?
I do, and I will.
Do you further acknowledge that you are entrusted with the great responsibility of protecting the rights, property, and lives of those who live in, work in, and visit this community?
I do.
Do you pledge to be just, fair, and impartial in fulfilling that responsibility?
I do.
Do you vow to wear this badge not only as a symbol of your authority, but also as a reminder of the trust that your community has bestowed upon you?
I do, and I will.
Will you be uncompromising in your allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California?
I will.
Will you be equally dedicated in your service to the city of Oxnard and the community you are sworn to protect?
I will.
Congratulations to Chief Benitez.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And thank you, Your Honor, and for allowing us to hear those great words. You know, I know we have a great chief. And Chief, before we say a couple of words, I have some people that like to share some information or share some kudos, hopefully, about you. And we'd like to start at this time. Go ahead, our city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's important, and I also want to thank the honorable judge for giving the oath of office. I think it is important to introduce our new chief to the community for those few people who haven't had the opportunity and the blessing to experience Jason Benitez. So I want to just give a brief bio
Yes.
so that people know who our new chief is. I'm very honored to have made this appointment, this selection, and I couldn't be more pleased or have more confidence in anyone becoming a police chief. So Jason Benitez joined the Oxnard Police Department back in 1993. And given that we're only in 2021, it's still fun to say that was during the last millennium. He graduated from UCLA. During his career as a police officer, he has worked in the patrol division, served as a field training officer. He was actually spent time as a bicycle officer. I'm sure we can find a good photo from those days. And was one of 3 officers who originally opened a community storefront here in downtown Oxnard. Upon his promotion to senior police officer, he served as a beat coordinator and was later assigned to detectives until his promotion to sergeant in March of 2001. Jason then returned to Field Services Bureau as a patrol sergeant before supervising detectives in the Violent Crimes Task Force, a multi-jurisdictional team that partnered with the FBI. Upon his promotion to commander in December of 2003, he returned to the Field Services Bureau as one of 4 watch commanders and served in the Patrol Support Division. During his time as a commander, he played a role in developing the neighborhood policing strategy, a staffing plan whose purpose was to further strengthen the Oxnard Police Department's community policing and problem-solving practices, something I'm looking forward to him leading the department into restoring. Jason was promoted to assistant chief in November of 2006. And over the course of the last 14 years as our assistant chief, he served as the Investigative Services Bureau chief from 2006 to 2009 Administrative Service Bureau Chief from 2009, and then the Investigative Services and Administrative Services Bureau Chief between 2010 and 12. And then as the Field Services Chief between 2012 and 18. And then since then as the Investigative Services and Administrative Services Bureau Chief. He is also a 2008 graduate from the California Post Command College. And that is a very concise bio of our new police chief's experience through basically every division of our police department. I checked today to see if he was ever an animal services officer, and it turns out he wasn't, but he did supervise them. So he has served in all corners of our police department. And once again, I have to say, I am so pleased that he is the new police chief for the people of Oxnard. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. That's excellent information and a great bio and resume for Chief Benitez. We have 5 speakers, and then after that, we'll allow the council members to share a couple of words, and we'll start off with, we're going to have 3 minutes to speak with Manuel Herrera, and then Oxnard, Adam Lopez, Andrew Salinas, and Armando Delgado. So we start off with Manuel Herrera, followed by Oxnard, 3 minutes.
Sir, you have 3 minutes to speak. Manuel, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're on. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Manuel Herrera. I am the creator of Citizens for a Better Oxnard. I want to congratulate our new chief. I believe he is an excellent replacement to our beloved chief, Scott Whitney. I have personally worked with our new chief on several community events throughout the years, and I know he will be doing an excellent job. I also want to thank him for continuing the relationship between the police department, the Oxnard Cruise Alliance, and the Car Club community. This was a relationship that was formed under Scott Whitney. So Chief Benitez, thank you so much for continuing that relationship. Good luck to you and to your Assistant Chief, Eric Sonstegard. You have our full and complete appreciation and support. So thank you so much. And once again, you are an excellent choice to follow in the footsteps of Scott Whitney. Thank you so much. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Manuel. Our next speaker is Oxnard, followed by Adam Lopez.
How you guys doing? This is Chris Hernandez. I don't know how I came up as Oxnard, but
It's Oxnard here. You're not Mr. Oxnard.
I'm the upcoming Mr. Oxnard. You're the Mr. Oxnard right now. So this is Chris Hernandez, Vice Chair of the 5 Points Neighborhood Council. I want to congratulate Chief Benitez on everything you have done for the community. You're a real cool guy. And you got my approval for sure. And I really like your record, man. Very, very impressive. Like Mr. Nunez said, you really hit all 4 corners of the department. So you've done it all. You've seen it all. I really look forward to working with you on an event that I've got lined up for my neighborhood. So hopefully we can get together. I'll reach out. And once again, congratulations and thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Our next speaker is Adam Lopez, followed by Chief Andrew Salinas. Adam Lopez.
Sir, can you hear me?
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, esteemed council members, and City Manager Alex. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. I won't take too much of your time. As many of you know, I represent my church, Revive Community Church, as a community liaison. We do great work I also give my time, my volunteer as a commissioner for the Community Relations Commission for the City of Oxnard. I'm also co-chair of the Interfaith Council and also part of the Chief of Police Advisory Board. And it's a privilege and honor that Chief Benitez has extended the invitation to be part of those groups once again. And in representation of those groups, Chief Benitez, I want to just say congratulations. Well done, my friend. You and I have worked alongside with Chief Whitney in many different platforms within the city. And it's been a pleasure, privilege, and we look forward to continue to work with you to do great things. You know, on the side note, when Chief Whitney was preparing his transition to exit out, I sent a text to Chief Whitney and Assistant Chief Benitez back then and say, hey, can we meet so we can discuss, you know, the transition phasing of the new chief coming into all the work that our Interfaith Council is doing. And Chief Benitez was absolutely, without skipping a beat, let's meet, because he demonstrated and he understood how important it was to not skip a beat and not lose the momentum of what our great city is doing. Like Manuel Herrera said, a lot of the interfaith, a lot of the groups that we've done were created under Chief Whitney, and Chief Benitez understands the value behind it. I mean, the Interfaith Council is formed of the finest faith leaders in our community, and for him to have said, absolutely, let's sit down, he demonstrated his heart and his passion. The same, it was aligned with Chief Whitney, and I think, you know, and I know that we're going to do great things. So, you know, Chief Benitez, again, congratulations. I look forward to working alongside with you. You have my full support, the advisory board, the Interfaith Council. We are behind you 100%. And I also want to take this time to congratulate again, although I've done it personally, Mayor Zaragoza, congratulations as well on your appointment. So thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Adam. And our next speaker is Chief Andrew Salinas, followed by Armando Delgado. Chief Salinas.
Chief Salinas, can you hear me? Chief Salinas?
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you. You have 3
Hello.
minutes.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and City staff. My name is Andrew Salinas. I'm a resident of Oxnard, former Oxnard police officer and current police chief in the neighboring community. I didn't want to pass up the opportunity to say a few words about one of my mentors and someone who served as my first field training officer. My first day on the job began with Chief Benitez, who quite frankly was very good at exposing me to a multitude of situations, including a physical altercation on our first night with a drug suspect. Our backup officer, of course, who came to save us was none other than Assistant Chief Sonstegard. So it's literally come full circle some 24 years later. But I digress. From the outset, you knew Jason had high standards and expected the same from everyone he trained and around him. I owe him a debt of gratitude for setting the foundation and setting me on the right course. Everyone should know you would really be hard-pressed to find a more dedicated and qualified public servant than Chief Benitez. He has given a great deal of himself over the past 28 years, with the last 14 years as Assistant Police Chief. Chief Benitez has very much grown with this city and will continue to be a valuable contributor towards its recovery. Right now, the city needs a leader who is familiar with and knows the needs of our community. I am grateful for his appointment to this very visible city government position. This is often a very thankless job that comes with world-class responsibilities. So let me be the first to say thank you. Thank you for wanting to do this, and thank you for continually providing our community with exceptional service. Former Police Chief Scott Whitney would appreciate this sports metaphor, but you should all know that Chief Jason Benitez is a first ballot law enforcement executive Hall of Famer in this county. We are lucky to have him, and even luckier that he chose to accept his new role during a historic transition in the law enforcement profession. Jason, I would like to say congratulations and well-deserved, my friend. I'm looking forward to continuing our work together and making our communities a safer place to live. If you need anything at all, Port Hueneme is right next door. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And our last speaker for this item is going to be Armando Delgado. And after that, we're going to allow the chief to say a few words, and then we'll go into the council member. So we'll get Armando Delgado as next. Thank you.
Mayor, we do not have him on the in the weight room. Would, however, we do have a hand up from Carpenters Local 805.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. He's a carpenter with the Carpenters, yes.
Sir, can you hear me? Carpenters Local 805?
Absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You are on. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and fellow residents. My name is Armando Delgado, and I would like to begin by stating that the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, Local 805, and their families would like to congratulate our newly appointed Chief of Police, Benitez. His reputation speaks volumes for itself. Our families recognize his passion and hard work to keep our city safe and fun. It is no secret that the Carpenters have campaigned time and time again to keep funds and budgets in line to make sure our first responders are taken care of. We go to work every day and put our lives on the line building bridges, high rises, and necessary infrastructure to keep our society functioning. As we respect the police officers that stay here in our homes to protect our homes. And it's very important for myself and a bunch of other carpenters that we were talking about this to address this, to address the council. A few years ago, there was a shooting in West Oxnard, down off of Victoria. And that's where I lived. And I was working away from home in Los Angeles. But not only that, that neighborhood up in that apartment complex, we had about 6 carpenters working in various places. We were having the discussion amongst our union members, and we said, hey, man, do you remember how fast the police department responded to that? And we're like, yeah, our wives were at home taking care of our kids. Some of our wives were working from home. Some of our people were walking across the street. Our carpenters were proud to know that our police department, our police force, and a lot of the people who, like Chief Whitney and everybody who's been here, is actually really involved with our community. They really do care about our community. And with all of the issues, social issues that have been happening throughout the United States, we were so proud to know that our community and our police departments weren't like other police departments. Our police departments are fully engaged with our community. And for that, thank you not just to our new chief, but to the entire police department. We are different here. Oxnard is beautiful, and the police department is doing a great job of keeping it that way. So thank you all. Thank you so much. And Chief, if you need us for anything, we're here for you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Armando. And Chief would like to say a couple of words, and then we'll go to the city council members.
Certainly. Good evening, Mayor, Council, city staff, and those watching us tonight. This evening, the majority of my remarks are best suited in the form of expressing my gratitude and thanks. I'd like to thank all of you who are joining us this evening, and by that I mean tuning in or live streaming to this event as well. I'm very sorry that more of us could not be in the same room today, but in today's situation, it's just the right thing to do. I'm looking forward to a time when we can all be back together in the same place. To the mayor and members of the city council, thank you. A big thank you to City Manager Alex Nguyen for showing confidence in our police department and placing his faith in me with this appointment. I am proud to be a representative of the police department, but also for the city of Oxnard, the community that I serve, and the law enforcement profession. Special thanks to Ventura County Superior Court Judge Gilbert Romero. I've known him for over 20 years when he became a prosecutor for the Ventura County District Attorney's Office. I'm honored to have been sworn in here tonight by an Oxnard hometown hero, whom I've had the pleasure of working with and who has been a friend. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you to my predecessor, Scott Whitney, for his service, his dedication, his leadership, and friendship for all these years. He gave much and set the bar high. Thank you to Eric Sonstegard, with whom I've worked with for over 24 years. He's been an exceptional partner, and I'm very fortunate to continue working alongside him. To the many members of this community that I've known and have been so supportive of the years, I would like to especially thank Harry Cortez, a man who encouraged me, yet kept me on my toes. Harry passed away in 2019, and I will always remember him. Other community members include Peter Martinez, Gil Singh, Dr. Ray Tejada, Jerry Brown, and my best wishes to him for a speedy recovery. The Vega family, Martin Bremen, the Pinkards, Irene and Bedford, Pablo Ortiz, Jeanette Cortez, Jose and Julie Moreno, and Conrad Alvarez. Thank you so much. And thank you for the kind comments that were made earlier. I'd especially like to thank those from our Oxnard PD family who provided me with guidance over the course of my career and were a positive influence. There are far too many to mention this evening, but I would especially like to thank the 5 chiefs that I have served under: Chiefs Harold Hurt, Art Lopez, John Kronbach, Jerry Williams, and Scott Whitney. Also some Oxnard Police alumni. Tom Cady was a retired assistant chief and a progressive mentor to many. Chuck Hoekstra, who gave me some unique opportunities in my career. Bob Elder, a commander that saw something about me early in my career. He taught me that in an organization, people are the greatest asset. To Don Elliott, my Academy TAC officer, who emphasized to me the value of humility and respect. And lastly, Stephen Noguera, literally my first impression of the Oxnard Police Department, and a positive one at that. I'd also like to thank my dear wife, Kirsten, without whom I am nothing. I love you always. She's here with me right now and will join us in a moment. And to our Oxnard Police Department family, I love all of you. I owe all of you my most sincere thanks and appreciation. From the calls that you take in the dispatch center, the emergencies that you respond to, the times that you peacefully turned chaos into order, and to the support staff that allows this department to function every day. It's what you do that makes us a great police department. Without you, a police chief is nothing more than a figurehead. During every waking moment, I realize how fortunate that I am to have this honor and this responsibility. It's been said, to whom much is given, much is required. And I have been given so much by so many, and it is my duty to devote myself to this department, to this community, to the utmost of my ability. This I have sworn. The past year has been an especially challenging time for law enforcement, but we have an outstanding, forward-thinking police department that I'm very proud of. We have many great and talented people working for it. We have a great relationship with the community that works together with us and supports us. The city has been making great improvements in the way it operates and is heading in the right direction. Given these, I feel very fortunate to have been presented with the opportunity to continue serving Oxnard in a new role. In working with my colleagues over the years, I believe that we have all built a solid foundation and the Oxnard Police Department is on a solid course. My message to you tonight is that this evening is that we will continue on this course. We will continue to work hard to protect our community and support it. So let's all work together to make great things happen. Thank you all. Stay safe and stay healthy.
Thank you, Chief, and congratulations. Excellent presentation, and thank you for keeping us safe. And any council members would like to share any words?
Mr. Mayor, if I can make a couple comments, please.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, and then we have Lopez, and then Perrella.
Chief, I've had the opportunity to work with you over the years, and I tell you, it's been an absolute pleasure, and I appreciate all your service to the community. You have big shoes to fill, and I know that you will fill them with excellence, poise, grace, and exceptional service. So I have no doubt that you will be phenomenal in your new position. Welcome to the top. God bless you for your service, and I look forward to many more prosperous years within our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Chief Benitez. Congratulations. Thank you for being a part of this community. I had the opportunity to spend a Friday morning during the neighborhood Pride cleanup weekend in the Redwood neighborhood alongside you and a few other residents. So I appreciate your commitment fully to be a part of this community, not just in uniform, but in and out of your position. So congratulations, and thank you to your family for committing with you through this process to be a chief and to help our city move forward. So congratulations, and thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Perrella.
Chief, congratulations on this honor. I would like to thank former Police Chief Whitney for bringing you and Mr. Sonstergaard, Vice Chair Sonstergaard, on board as assistant police chiefs. Both of you excellent individuals. And I'd like to thank the city manager for selecting you as the new police chief. We've all had an opportunity to see you at work. I've had a limited amount of interaction with you, but every time that I've had interaction, if I've asked a question, I get a straight answer. Straight answer, no joking around. If you don't know, you get back to me. And fellow councilmen, I want you to know that if you send him a question, you get an answer back straight from the horse's mouth. I like that. I personally like that. Two, there was mention about families and protecting families. Kristen, I want to thank you very much for being willing to share your husband with the city of Oxnard. Whether you know it or not, the past chief has made a very big point out of this, the amount of time taken away and things that impact your life. As the chief said, without you, he's much less. You've made a tremendous difference in this man's life. This man's made a tremendous difference in this community. I want to thank the both of you and wish you the very best in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Member. Okay, let me see, we have Basua and then Oscar. Go ahead. Gabby?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Benitez, congratulations. I
Mhm.
have the opportunity really to interact much with you, but I'm hoping that's going to be changing here in the near future. Thank you to your family for allowing you to take this position. It is, hopefully they won't make you retire soon. I will get to keep you for many, many, many years. And thank you for all you do, and I'm looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
Oscar, Council Member? Thank you.
Congratulations, Chief. Not many words, but I know that you will do a great job for our community. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'd like to share a couple of words. As any of the council members, okay, I just, to the residents of Oxnard, council and staff, I thank you for watching us through Zoom today. Tonight is a very special night to celebrate the swearing in, of a newly elected City of Oxnard Police Chief, Jason Benitez. I'd like to commend you for the good work that you've done for the community, Jason, and I've had the pleasure of knowing you for many, many years. Not only as a city employee, as a council member, as a county supervisor, and now as the mayor of Oxnard. And I've known you for years and years and know that you do an excellent job. I'd like to commend you because it's a milestone in your life. And I want to thank you again for your excellent work that you have done for the Oxnard Police Department. And your wife, Kristen, and your family, I want to thank them for supporting you to continue to support our city and to make our city great as ever. And I want to thank you again and congratulations, new Chief Benitez. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And thank you so much. And again, we are going to continue and thank you, Chief, for being with us and your family. And I know that you're going to keep us safe. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, council members, our next item is item F. This is public comments, that items not on the agenda. And at this time, the legislative body will consider public comments for a maximum of 30 minutes. And a person may address the legislative body on any matters not appearing on the agenda and within the subject matter and jurisdiction of the legislation. And we're looking at about 3 minutes per, and we have approximately 12 people that they want to speak on this items not in the agenda. And we're going to start off with Fred Vargas, followed by James Aragon. Fred Vargas. He's not called in? Fred Vargas is not called in. So then, okay, then Fred Vargas is not called in. So then we'll go to James Aragon, followed by Chris Hernandez. James Aragon.
And Mayor, meantime, if we can just remind the members of the public who signed up to speak tonight to
be
please
ready.
go ahead and sign in from the link that you received from the clerk's office. Thank
Okay,
you.
so Fred Vargas and James Aragon have not called in. So we have our next person is Chris Hernandez, followed by Lawrence Paul Stein. Chris Hernandez, 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, is this items
Mr.
not on the agenda?
Items not in the agenda.
Yes, you have 3 minutes, please.
Uh, my name's Chris Hernandez, Vice Chair of the Five Points Neighborhood Council. Um, I'd like to speak on just the situation going on right now with the utilities and that situation with Aaron Starr. I'd just like to ask the city of Oxnard to bear with us. And I have full faith that the city manager has a plan and the city council have a plan along with Mr. Zaragoza to turn this thing around. You know, these are things that, you know, just hiccups happen. You know, I know it's a big one, but I'm not mad. This isn't on the city manager and the current city council at this time. So I have full faith that they will turn this thing around. And I'm just asking the city to, you know, tone it down. Let's keep it positive. It's a new year. So stay strong, Oxnard, and let's do this. Let's all work together. Let's all put our heads together and let's all do our part, not just you know, run our type of way online. And by doing our part, I mean join in the neighborhood council, reach out to people from the city for help. There's tons of organizations out there that are willing to help. You know, things are going on and in the city that are positive, and there's help out here. So, you know, pick up a shovel, join the grassroots movement, you know, clean up your neighborhood, clean up your alley, come outside and sweep up your curb or something, but do your part. It's not just the city officials. And I understand we pay our taxes and whatnot. But like I said, you know, we can all do our part. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for sharing. Our next speaker is, by the way, Chris Aragon is not, James Aragon is not going to join us today. He just called in. So our next speaker is Lawrence Paul Stein, followed by Douglas Portello. Lawrence Stein. And he's followed by Douglas Portello. He's not on? Okay. Okay, Douglas, you're on. 3 minutes.
Sir, can you hear us? Douglas?
Yes, good evening, council and everyone. The item I'd like to speak on the non-agenda is about. I'm sorry, I have to mute myself on my computer. It's about the recent court decision about the IUFs for the utility funding. It's a pretty reprehensible situation that the leadership would siphon off money for these ratepayers, myself included, and would try to fill gaps in the general fund with that money. You got caught with your hand in the cookie jar. It's pretty reprehensible. But added to that was a press release that Alex Wynn made. That was just beyond the pale. Instead of recognizing the culpability and the responsibility for such actions, he went on this petty attack of Mr. Starr, who exposed this wrongdoing. This wasn't a procedural error. This was a scheme to take money from the utility fund and place it where it didn't belong. And now we, the taxpayers, have to pay on both ends. We're the big losers here. And to not accept the responsibility for what was done wrong and say, look, we did something wrong. We won't do it in the future. And this is what we're going to do to reestablish the trust of the taxpayers and the ratepayers in our city. And these are the actions that we're going to do to assure folks that this is something that will no longer happen. Alex Wynn didn't do that. He went on the attack. And he tries to blame Aaron Starr for potential services that we may now be impacted by not having that $34 million that has to be returned to the utility fund, rightfully so. That's money already spent. That's money that never should have been in the general fund to begin with. So to claim that now it's Mr. Starr's fault that we are going to have a lack of services because of this money that has to be repaid, that's not his fault. He wasn't the one who got his hand caught in the cookie jar. No, I believe that Alex Wynn, the CFO, and the city attorney, who seems to be giving the city some pretty bad legal advice, they should immediately resign their positions. This is just a scandal that puts a stain on our city, on our residents.
30 seconds.
We faithfully pay our taxes. I go out and try to make Oxnard a better city all the time. I'm out here volunteering all the time because I love my city. I love my neighborhood. And I'm making up for all the money that's not being spent on those types of services that we pay for and we're not getting. It's time that the residents and the voters wake up to what our city's leaders are doing and to try.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sofia Vega, followed by Brisa Garcia. Sofia Vega.
Neither caller is in the wait room.
She's not
They're not available.
not available. Or Brisa Garcia. Sofia Vega is not available, so then
Neither one.
neither one. Okay, then Stephanie Figueroa. Stephanie Figueroa. Is she on?
Not in the waiting room.
Not I. The next person is John Sepulveda. Is John Sepulveda?
Not available.
Not available. Melissa Vivian. Melissa.
Not in the
Not
waiting room.
available. Next person is Aaron Starr. Aaron Starr.
Not available.
Not available. Okay. Alicia Parcell.
Not available, Mayor.
Well, again, Aaron Starr or Alicia Parcell. If those are the,
Alicia just joined us.
I'm sorry,
Alicia just
Alicia?
joined us.
Alicia Parcell. You got
Miss Parcell,
3
can
minutes.
you hear me? Hello, Alicia?
Okay. All right. I just got the direction to unmute, so I did. And Aaron Starr is here on the same connection. If we could just use the same connection, that would be great.
Sure, you have
So
3
I could-
minutes.
I could start, I suppose.
So we
First,
had
I want to thank
we
you had
have
Aaron Starr.
Starr
You had
first.
Aaron Starr on the line.
Aaron Starr, you got 3 minutes, and then followed by Parcell. 3 minutes,
Right.
Aaron.
So first of all, I'd like to thank the voters for adopting 3 of our ballot measures. One thing that I'd like to address today is just the Oxnard Open Meetings Act, which is the law of our city, and the city ought to follow the laws. It requires, among other things, that all legislative bodies meet after 5 p.m. on weekdays. I want to thank you for implementing that. I noticed that the upcoming council committee meetings are scheduled in accordance with the law. 2, the members of the public are now entitled to no less than 3 minutes per speaker per item of business. And I noticed that the meeting agenda template still refers to the ability to limit time below to less than 3 minutes. And I think that needs to be updated. So to recognize the change in the law. So I recommend that the staff update the meeting templates accordingly. 3, members of the public need to be accommodated if they wish to make a PowerPoint or similar presentation. So I've had some folks ask me already when the city intends to put together some sort of promulgate some sort of rules or procedures for implementing that. I don't know what you intend to do with that, so I'm passing on that request to you that at your earliest convenience that you put forward such rules so people can take advantage of that feature. Next, lastly, for now, I'll say, effective with the next meeting, you're required to pre-record oral staff presentations and post them online at the same time as the agenda. I noticed that with the upcoming council committee meetings that hasn't been done yet, so the city is not quite in compliance with that yet. So the inquiry I have is whether if there's some sort of technological reason why the city is unable to comply with that. I don't think there is any technological reason because other presentations are provided online. So I'd like to inquire from the city as to what they plan to do about implementing that. And I will end my comments at this point and
30
let Alicia do the
seconds.
next. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Alicia Purcell, 3 minutes.
Okay, I have a different topic. My topic is the unfortunate misinformation that's been spread around recently by the city manager and some of his associates about the court ruling that $34 million must be returned to the utility funds. Seems like an effort to minimize what the ruling says and what it means. For those who are not knee deep in this subject, it can be technical, so I'll summarize. Cities can only set utility rates to cover actual costs of operating the utility. And here the city invented a fee for the general fund to charge the utilities. They treated that as though it were a cost of providing the utilities. They built it into the utility rates. It is not an actual cost of operating utilities, and basically that's what the court ruled. These are not utility costs, and it's not legal for the city to charge utility rates that include the fee and then transfer it to the general fund. So that's how we got here. The city manager's press release claimed that the court had not ruled the fee was illegal. I don't get that. The ruling very clearly on page 4 says the fee violates 3 sections of the state constitution. So that's exactly the opposite of what the city manager's press release says. Another misrepresentation that's being made by others is that this is just some kind of accounting technicality, and if only the accounting were fixed, all will be well. Well, that's just nonsense. We're not talking about some typo that made it come from the wrong account or something of that sort. It was a deliberate plan. It was, a consultant was hired to tell them what to do. So it was deliberate actions. It's not an accounting error. And the court decision was that the scheme underneath it is not valid. And the third misrepresentation I want to talk about is that's being made by others is that this is just a matter of the city not showing its receipts. And once they show the receipts, everything will be fine. No, this is really more like an employee fraudulently submitting receipts to the employer and asking for reimbursement. It's like your friend took his family to dinner and he gave you the receipt and you tell your employer that that's a business expense for dinner with clients, but you have no valid receipt to submit because it's not actually a work-related expense.
30 seconds.
I do want to remind the council we brought the problem to your attention in 2016. The 2017 URAP recommended to eliminate the fee. All of these were ignored, and the city forged ahead, leaving little option except to file suit to stop the practice. So it's unfortunate that city leaders put us all into such a position, but it's more ridiculous when they get caught robbing a bank and then blame the person who caught them and held them accountable. So hopefully things can be better going forward.
Thank you. We have Mr. Stein, Lawrence Stein on the line. Mr. Stein, you got 3 minutes.
Mr. Stein, can you hear me? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for your time. I'm somewhat concerned about 2 issues. I've submitted public work requests to the city attorney's office going back to October. The city clerk has worked hard and diligently to get the city attorney to comply with the public work request, and the city attorney has declined to make these documents available to the city clerk. Clear violation of law and definitely violation of high ethical standards. The second issue I wish to address is the fact that the process for getting something approved by city council is not has to go to city staff. City staff makes a recommendation for a project or funding for a project, and city council either approves or declines that recommendation. The city council itself does not ask for funds per se, but staff makes the recommendations. So I'm deeply concerned when people say city council did not approve it, when in fact staff did not make a presentation to city council either approve or deny those funds. There will be items on the agenda tonight I'll be addressing more specifically. The process is in place. Staff makes a recommendation, city council has a place on the agenda, and city council either approves or discounts that suggestion or make amendments to that suggestion. But city council does not put items on the agenda, staff does. And this is wrong. City council should be adding items on the agenda as future agenda items for under discussion. The previous city mayor restricted conversations of our city councilors, of our elected officials. That process has to change. Perhaps a new city mayor will make those changes. The issue, it seems to be the fact that my elected officials do not seem to be communicating with me. It's my understanding the city attorney has addressed the city council members, not to address the general public. Why is that? When I have an elected representative in Congress or the House, I can call them up and ask for suggestions and make comments. Apparently, the city attorneys have told the city council members that they will be sued, if they communicate with the public that elected them. Again, thank you for your time and just consideration. Have a good evening. I'll be listening to more comments tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is the city manager's report, and this is COVID-19 update from the Director of Emergency Services. Alex?
Thank you, sir. We're going to pull up the brief slide presentation very quickly.
Okay. Mhm.
I only have a few brief items tonight. So first one, of course, is our ongoing saga in our community, in the country, and in the world in terms of just bearing with this pandemic that not only is continuing, but is continuing to rage. I've lost count of what surge we are entering now, but everyone day after day is inundated with the numbers that are faithfully reported by our partners at the county. So today I decided we would just do a quick snapshot comparison of single day case reports. So looking back, for example, July 2nd, the county, we had only 144 new cases reported that day as compared to just a few days ago. So you can see, and then beneath these boxes are the overall totals. Back in July, we had 3,200 cases in the county, and as of New Year's Eve, we were at 43,545 cases. So clearly, this pandemic is not going away very soon. I understand that we are all very hopeful with regard to some of the new vaccines slowly being released, and there are other vaccines on the way, and there's clearly a challenge of logistics and distribution and time and timing to get the vaccine out to more and more people. In the meantime, though, yet again, the reminder, there's the basic things we can all do to as the health officers have said from the get-go, to flatten this curve, to try to bend this rise, flatten it and bend it back downward. And so just want to remind everyone that is wearing a mask, washing your hands properly and frequently, and keeping the physical/social distance away from people who are not members of your own household. And that also includes when you're going out for, if it's work or for essential needs, such as going to the grocery store. Even in the grocery store and places like that, it's very, very important to keep the physical distance from other shoppers in the store at the same time that you're there. We've all had the experience of going to a grocery store, for example. Everyone is masked. The line at the register is marked out by 6 feet, but everywhere else in the stores, people are almost, in some cases, just on top of each other, just to get the right bananas. So it's just a public service reminder that it's important to keep our distance, even in those kinds of situations. The most recent coronavirus relief package from the federal government is coming. There is a lot of information there. The best thing to do is to go look at the COVID-19.california .ca.gov /get financial help. The address is there on the bottom of this slide, where you'll find information on more unemployment insurance packages to be made available, the extension of eviction protection, more relief for mortgage relief, small business and employer relief, more for food assistance, and many other items. Some of this will also eventually, as it trickles to the state in Sacramento and then down to all the counties, including ours, and then eventually to the 10 cities within the county, we will receive some of this relief as well, specific to COVID-related services. So one of the things we are doing, and that I've authorized our fire department, given the recent increase in our 911 calls, we are going to reassign some of our people who can provide paramedic service. It's not very expensive. We're looking at probably around $25,000 over the next 3 months just to help get through this surge. And I fully expect that we'll be able to get that reimbursed from the COVID relief package. And then, Mr. Mayor, finally, to address this issue about the recent court ruling related to the infrastructure use fee. A couple things I want to say. One is yes, I understand there's different interpretations out there, and all I can do is recommend that first and foremost, people read the judge's ruling. That's really the main document you need to read. And that's available on the city's website, and as I understand it, on various social media platforms in our community. The lawsuit goes back to actions that were taken in the city actually in 2012, 13, and 14. And the suit itself, as I understand it, ensued in 2017. Clearly, the city made an error here. And the court's ruling lays that out very, very simply. It's simple to understand. So yes, we are going to have to, according to the judge's ruling, return the $34.5 million to our utilities. This ruling that was issued at the end of December is not a final ruling, but we expect the final ruling to come out either in the end of this month or in February. Please note that the court reserves its jurisdiction to address the issues in the ruling, and the city is currently developing options for the council. We are evaluating those now, and it's obvious to me that one of them, as laid out in the court ruling, includes completing a new rate study to address the court's concerns. So we will be addressing this. We will be taking responsibility for this. But I just want to say, it's a very, very different scenario when you look at, obviously, addressing the mistake, but also correcting it. That's very different from the intention of just getting rid of it altogether. And that's clearly something that the court ruling does not tell us that we have to do. It does not tell us that we have to get rid of the IUF. It's very clear that we are able to do it correctly. So that's my update on that. We will be presenting the options to the council this month. And then when those decisions are made, I will be reporting back out to the public. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you to the city manager. Our next item is the items, council members might have some brief items they'd like to share. And council members, I'd like to start, and I just, then I can allow the other council members to make some brief comments on what they did over the weekend. First of all, I'd like to, first of all, to the residents and members and city council and staff members, I hope that you had a wonderful holiday. Like most of us, it was virtual, and most of us just met with our families only. I know that we're all doing our part to stop the spread of this COVID virus, by, again, wearing our masks. I know that I'm not wearing a mask now because I'm about 20, 30 feet away from the city manager and the city attorney. But again, at home, the wash your hands, and of course, use a distancing process. So that way we can open our businesses and also our jobs and have our kids go back to school. Furthermore, I'd like to comment on some key concerns. The statement about, I'm going to share the statement, just a brief concern because this statement is not on the agenda. But I'd like to address the $34 million lawsuit that was been shared here off and on with the city of Oxnard, where the three utilities were charged with the infrastructure use fee, most commonly known as IUF, during the period of 2014 to 17. We're now entering a new year, the 2021, and I want to instruct, and this is really important, I want to instruct staff to be more diligent, in accounting for numerous bonds and debt obligations that the city has incurred. I know that in the last few years, the city of Oxnard has had numerous turnovers of personnel in most of our departments, and especially in the fire and the finance department. Consequently, we need to be more vigilant in keeping track of our debts, and obligations to eliminate what happened with the IUF lawsuit. And I'm requesting that our city council receive a quarterly report on the debt obligations from our city manager, from our finance department, and other departments for that matter. And to our residents, to the resident of Oxnard, to our city, we are going to work more diligently, to ensure the services of the city will go uninterrupted, and the services to all our residents, we're going to focus on the review of city services and our obligations and our responsibilities to all our residents. And it was mentioned by one of the speakers, we are going to work together to solve this problem. And I know that our city council members will support this effort and our efforts to meet our obligations and responsibilities to our residents. That's all I have to say on my part. Is any other council members that'd like to share some brief comments of their own?
Mr. Mayor, if I can make a couple comments.
What?
As you said, it's a new year, and we need to start moving forward. I will be renewing my work with Gold Coast Transit District and also with Ventura County Transportation Commission, hopefully. And that also subsets of VCTC are the Losan Regional Rail Authority and also Coast Rail Coordinating Committee. Both Losan is locally from San Luis Obispo to San Diego, and Coast Rail Coordinating Committee is Central California, but it's alternative modes of transportation. So I'm looking forward to that. We're also renewing efforts to make more progress on Halico, reach out to our partners at EPA and DTSC and have some success there. And I've renewed inquiries to our private partners to try and get things moving forward. So I think there's a lot of opportunity awaiting for us in the future, the near future and the far future. And I look forward to upcoming. And I really look forward to a point in time when we don't have to wear masks. We don't have to sit in our house. We don't have to do all this stuff that's unusual, and that we can return to some semblance of normalcy. And I will savor that day when it comes. So thank you all for the service you've done over the years, being peers and supporters. And I look forward to the next 4 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other comments? I think Bert and then I can't see. Oscar, Bert and Oscar.
Thank you, Mayor. Number one, I would like to thank the public speaker, Mr. Chris Hernandez. I think Mr. Hernandez hit it right on the button with his comments. I'd like to thank the city of Oxnard for continuing to work to try to get the phone system to work much smoother. There's lack of downtime. We still have ways to go, but it's much better tonight than it has been. I'd like to thank the Public Works Department for the work being done on Vineyard Avenue, west of 8th Street. The way the landscape, the overgrown landscape is being trimmed, it has become a haven for illegal activities. People get a chance to go by, they'll see what's going on, and I think it's an improvement to our city. I would just like to go on the record publicly as a member of the Finance and Governance Committee that I think that our current CFO and assistant CFO are doing one hell of a damn good job. One hell of a damn good job in bringing things to light, in correcting them, in the staff that they have put in place, and are continually getting up to speed where they need work. But I cannot let that not be said. There are some implications about things having been done and with our finance department. Ladies and gentlemen of the council and the public, this is a shining gem. Contrary to what happened in the past, what the hell is going on in the goddamn department now is fantastic. I'd also like to bring a couple of things to point. There are questions that happen with respect to an individual that talks to me once in a great while named Vince Behrens. And Vince is always telling me, he's got a famous line, "We live in strange times." Today and tonight in Georgia, there's an election going on. But also tomorrow in Washington, D.C., the issue of the comment, elections have consequences, will come into play. We can see individuals who have been elected through a process that got them in a position to have a say in our government, challenging that very process that got them in the position to have a seat at the table. As Mr. Behrens has said, many and oftentimes we live in strange times. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oscar? Council member?
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quickly, Happy New Year to everyone. Hope everyone spent the holiday season well. To those people who followed the rules, thank you so much. I know driving by Oxnard College, it's very discouraging to see that humongous line mostly every day. I know it gets up to 3 hours and maybe even longer at certain times, a 3-hour wait. And it's unfortunate. It's something difficult that we've been going through in the last month, but realistically over the last 9 months. And I want to give a special thanks to everyone in the community that went out and helped this holiday season by doing the smallest of things or the biggest of things in, bringing a smile to someone else's face by going out and doing something nice, by going out and giving gifts to kids, helping out with a food bank, whatever it may be. I want to thank everyone that went out of their way to do something nice this holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Gabby?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to share something with all of you. First of all, Happy New Year. But kind of going with what Councilmember Madrigal said, thank you to everybody that has been following the rules and have been following social distancing. Just recently, I was informed that I had been in contact with somebody that tested positive for COVID. So as you all can probably imagine, I went into hysteria because I've been actually doing really, really good, staying away from people, wearing my mask. I carry hand sanitizer in my car. I carry wipes, Lysol. The last thing I want to do is bring this home. I got tested on Sunday. My results came back the following day. I'm negative, but I am on quarantine as we speak for the next 10 days per OSHA guidelines. And it's a very scary time. And even though we are doing everything we can, we're not, together. We didn't celebrate Christmas like we usually celebrate Christmas. We didn't celebrate the New Year like we usually celebrate the New Year. We are also depending on other people to do the same, and they're just not. So this is, I guess, my plea to our community to please continue to social distance. I know everybody is tired of it. I know we can do this. Probably we've been doing this for almost a year now, but the time is now. This is for real. It's a really scary time for people. And even those of us that are doing everything we can to stay healthy, there's other people that are not. So my plea today is for those individuals that are continuously, having parties over the weekend, saying it's not going to happen to me. Please think about the people that are trying to stay safe and the people that are trying to keep their family safe. I don't want to bring this home to my parents. My parents are elderly. Now I can't even go over to my parents' home for the next 10, 12 days. So again, I just wanted to share that with you all so you know that it's here and it's a real thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I agree with you, and I just want to share that personally I have my brothers in Ventura Hospital with COVID and under he's in the ER, so I just want to share with, and also to share with you that my neighbor passed away just recently too from COVID-19. So it's a very, very serious pandemic, very serious COVID-19. It's nothing to play around with, but I thank you for sharing that. Okay. If not, then we're going to continue then. Nobody else like to share anything? So, okay, Lopez, Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. I hadn't anything to share, but I do want to follow in both you, Mayor, and Councilmember Basua. The stories are coming much closer to home, That's right. Too close to comfort. In the last week or so, I've learned of a relative from Port Wainini who passed away. I learned of a friend's father who passed away. These are all stories in Oxnard. There's, I think the latest report from the county just a few minutes ago showed 297 residents from Ventura County who have passed away. These stories are way too close to us, and we have to do what we have to do to protect ourselves, to protect our families. That's what's, most valuable to any of us. So I do follow in both of my colleagues in reiterating the messages to protect one another. And, on a different note, over the holidays, we did see some activity throughout the city, very unfortunate, violent activity. And I do want to express my appreciation to our police department, to our police officers for doing what the commitment that you have taken on in our community to protect and serve our community through bad and good. And appreciate the work that is being done out there to serve our residents and maintain public safety. And I want to wish everyone a more positive and prosperous new year, and looking forward to a better time sooner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you for sharing. Our next item on the agenda is the review of the consent agenda items. And we have 3 items, K1 through K3. Is there any concerns or any items that should be removed from the consent item for future information? And I'd like to share that we do have a speaker. Does anyone like to share anything on that? If not, we're going to go to our speaker. And we have James Aragon. Is he on?
No, Mayor, he's not available.
He's not after. Okay, so he's not on. So what is the pleasure of the City Council on items K1, 2, and 3, consent item?
Mr. Mayor, there's no comments. I'll move approval.
Okay, we got a first from Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Second from Gabby. Roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Okay, that item is approved. And Lopez, did we mention Lopez? Did we call her name?
And I vote yes.
She says
Councilmember
yes.
Lopez. Thank you.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Is it 5-0 or 6-0?
7.
6-0.
6-0.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, that is approved. Thank you. Our next item is the Finance Department, and this is the adoption of the City Council's Risk Assessment Responsibilities Policy. And this is Kevin Riper is going to be making the presentation. Kevin?
Hi, I'm sorry, this is Donna Ventura, Assistant CFO. I'll be presenting this item. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members and staff. This item was presented to the Finance and Governance Committee on December 8th by my colleague, Christine Williams, Senior Manager of Internal Controls, who just recently retired. So I am picking up where she left off until we can find her replacement. Hang on one second. Okay. So
Can you hear? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Can you raise up? Yeah.
Yes, and just tell us when you need the next slide.
Okay, will do. So the recommendation for this item is to receive a presentation on a proposed risk assessment responsibilities policy and adopt a resolution to adopt that said policy. As I said, it was presented to Finance and Governance Committee on December 8th and approved 3-0. We can move to the next slide, please. Okay. I'd just like to spend a couple minutes reviewing the Internal Control Integrated Framework, which I will refer to as the ICIF, and the 9 policies associated with it. These policies are being implemented in stages. And this has been a journey. The ICIF is another step in a journey that really began about 5 years ago in response to the over 100 audit findings from our external auditors and the associated recommendations from the organizational assessment that was performed by management partners. A pivotal recommendation of that organizational assessment was implementation of this framework, the ICIF. The ICIF was developed by the Committee of Sponsoring Organizations, also known as COSO, of the Treadway Commission in 1992. The framework gained broad acceptance and adoption in the early 2000s in response to the Enron and other large corporate scandals. The model has been adopted as the generally accepted framework for internal control and is widely recognized as the definitive standard against which organizations measure the effectiveness of their systems of internal control. Before I move forward with talking about the ICIF, I did just want to interrupt this and say thank you to Councilmember Perrello for acknowledging the efforts of the Finance Department. I'm coming on my 2-year anniversary this week, as is Kevin Riper, the CFO. And I mentioned this has been a journey that's been, going on for quite a few years. We are making tremendous progress to address all of those old problems and audit findings. And, I just really appreciate the acknowledgement, because sometimes it's a little discouraging when you feel like you're, being held responsible for problems of the past. So I just wanted to call out that point. So the ICIF framework consists of 5 components, as shown on slide 4 there, and 9 policies aligned to those components. The first four policies, thank you, were adopted already back on September 1st by the council. And the fifth policy was actually already in place, so we don't need to adopt that one. So we are now up to the sixth policy, which is associated with the risk assessment component of the framework. The remaining three policies, 7, 8, 9, will be brought forward to the Finance and Governance Committee first, and then City Council in the coming months. So let's talk about what is this risk assessment policy. If we could go to the next slide, please. The risk assessment policy outlines 5 responsibilities of the City Council. The first is to review the city's risk tolerance and philosophy regularly. Second, to ensure goals and decisions are aligned with that risk tolerance. To review risk exposures, considering the cumulative impact of identified risks. To review at least annually significant risks and management's response to those risks. And to evaluate risk factors for fraud and oversee the city manager's response. So assuming that the City Council approves the adoption of this policy, our next steps would be to launch a request for proposal to engage a consulting firm with expertise in this area to perform a comprehensive risk assessment for the city. Once that is complete, then staff will make recommendations on risk mitigation strategies for review with the Finance Governance Committee and the City Council. And then, of course, as I mentioned earlier, we'll be bringing back the remaining 3 policies throughout the remainder of fiscal year, this calendar year, 2021. And that is really all there is to it. The policy itself is fairly straightforward. As I said, it's just outlining responsibilities as it relates to risk assessment. And there will be a lot more to do once we have completed that first risk assessment to review how to address those risks. I am happy to entertain any questions that you have.
Mr. City Manager, the item there on risk assessment responsibilities, to review the risk assessment tolerance and philosophy and et cetera. That's what I was talking about when I spoke initially about making sure that we review our risk exposures, making sure that we have significant information on the risk management responsibilities for the city, and of course to be overseen by the city managers, and so forth. So I think that's very significant, that portion of what you're talking about, just for information.
Yes, sir. And if the council approves this tonight, then it's formal policy as well.
Yes, sir. So, council members, any questions or concerns?
Yes.
Go ahead, Bert.
This is Councilman Parolo. I would like to thank Ms. Ventura. Thank you for your comments. But I would like to, if we can put up slide 4 and slide 5 shortly after that, and show the public a little bit of what's going on. There are opportunities for learning, but there's also needs direction from staff. And we're in a fortunate situation where we've gotten direction from staff. They're bringing it to council, and it's up to us to do something. And I'll give you one example. Slide number 4, where we have the main arrow. Bingo, right there. It says risk assessment, City Council risk assessment responsibilities. If we were to find that, say, our city insurance policy, through the actions that take place at the city attorney's office, say for trip and falls, broken sidewalks, not enough, whatever. But for example, the palm trees that drop the seed pods on the sidewalk. Anybody that has had an opportunity to walk in downtown Oxnard is aware of this, and this has been going on for decades. There comes a time when something has to be done and figure out how much is it costing us with claims against the city, and what's it going to cost us to fix it? Whether it's neutering the tree, removing the tree, or making sure that anytime seed pods show, they're cut out. And if we go to slide 5, it reviews, we have to come to a determination. How much are we willing to accept in payments out for damages or claims? How much are we willing to accept to have to fight fraudulent things when we have an opportunity to take care of them in advance? It's a little bit like nipping it in the bud is an old statement, maybe old fashioned, but nipping it in the bud is something we're trying to do. And I'm very appreciative for the finance department bringing this up, Ms. Williams, the presentation and the work of the finance and governance committee. Former mayor, Ms. Basua served on it for a period of time, but she worked called Wayne, she couldn't do it. And currently Ms. Lopez. I appreciate the work that's done and that committee and the staff that helps that committee. And those are my comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. And also, I think, one question I was going to ask, the RFP process is next for the consulting firm. And
Yes.
is that, when is that going to happen? Soon or?
Yeah, well, we don't have it in the current fiscal year budget.
Oh.
So we would launch the RFP in the spring to be able to start the work and build this, estimated cost into the next year's fiscal budget.
Okay. So, any other comments from council members? So we do not have any speakers in this item. So what's the pleasure of the city council? And I want to thank also the Finance and Governance Committee for their approval. It's a 3-0 approval on this item, recommendation to the city council.
Move the recommended action.
So we got a first by Perello, second by
Second.
Lopez. Perello first, Lopez second. Roll call.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perello,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasua.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you, and that's approved. Our next item is the Finance Department, and this is subject amendment to the existing city debt policies. And this is Kevin, or is it Ventura?
This one's me, Mayor.
Okay. Okay, I can see you now.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, while we wait for the PowerPoint to come up, I wanted to say I only have 8 slides and there's only one topic on this particular presentation. It's a request to the city council to amend your financial policies for the existing city debt portion to resolve what, by our count in the finance department, we'll find out for sure in the spring when independent financial auditors, Edie and Payne, submit the single audit report to the city council and the federal government. But by our count, this recommendation would take care of, if we can move to the next slide, this recommendation would address the last of the 65 material weaknesses that were found in the audits from fiscal year 2015 through fiscal year 2018 by Edie and Payne. We've knocked off 64 of them, the material weaknesses so far, and this is the 65th. As I mentioned, the recommendation is to amend the debt policies in order to improve monitoring compliance with debt covenants. And at the end, I'll take a couple of questions. So on slide 4 there, the audit finding for back in 2015 from Edie and Payne was that the city did not comply with all debt covenants. Several debt covenants were violated by the city in the mid part of the last decade, especially the rate covenants in both the water and the wastewater funds. And they were neither determined nor reviewed timely back then. So the policy recommendation that we're making tonight would formalize city council policy and direct the finance department and the city manager to more closely monitor compliance with debt. These are best practices that a high functioning finance department already does, but we feel it's important to memorialize them in the city council's financial management policy. So there are about 8 different items that the amendments to the debt policy would cover. And I want to mention the 1st, the 3rd, the 5th, and the 7th on this slide. It's very important that the finance department help the city manager to submit a proposed budget that includes the appropriation of revenue to pay the debt service, principal and interest on the bonds outstanding. Then, once the city council approves the budget recommended by the city manager, it's incumbent upon the finance department in the third bullet to actually pay the debt service or the lease or rental payments to the bond trustee on time for each bond issue. The guts of this finding is in the fifth bullet, compliance with rate covenants. That means rates and charges in the three enterprise funds when they have debt outstanding have to be high enough to cover debt service plus a little bit of an extra margin. I should say rates and charges need to be high enough such that net operating expenses are sufficient to pay for debt service with a little bit of an extra margin of safety or of additional net revenue to reassure bondholders. And that's what didn't happen in the middle part of the 20 teens for both the water and the wastewater funds. Debt service still got paid, but rates and charges were not sufficient to meet the rate covenant. And then the seventh bullet, we talked about this at some length in the Finance and Governance Committee meeting. The city needs to comply with all tax covenants, and it needs to draw down timely the bond proceeds that it has borrowed when they're tax exempt. Congress and the Internal Revenue Service frown upon idle bond proceeds sitting unspent with tax exempt interest being paid on them for years and years and years. So that's an important compliance with tax covenants, is to spend the bond proceeds that we've borrowed. If we go down to the bottom of that page, our municipal advisor, NHA Advisors, has created a master debt schedule that will help both them and especially us in the finance department to monitor all the different debt covenant requirements for all of the different bond issues that are outstanding. This is just a snapshot of one page of that master debt schedule. It's not intended for you to be able to read. It's just to show that we have a master debt schedule that lists all the key rate covenants for each of the outstanding bond issues. And that's the tool that we will use more formally going forward to monitor compliance with the debt covenants to which the council has committed over the years in issuing bonds. That's my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions of the council.
So, Kevin, so what we're doing here is amending the resolution that was approved June the 30th, 15359.
Yes, Mayor. Each year, in conjunction with the adopted budget, the City Council approves afresh its financial management policies. And the financial management policies approved June 30th for the fiscal 2021 budget that's underway right now didn't include this debt compliance and continuing disclosure requirement because we and the municipal advisor hadn't crafted it yet. But now we're ready to go in order to resolve that material weakness audit finding. And that's why we're asking to amend that resolution.
And I really like those goals that you have 1 through 4 or 3. Let me see, to strengthen the foundation, accountability, to develop written procedures and transparency, and creating a culture of training, which is really, really important. And I think those goals are great, you know, that we should amend this to make it, to strengthen that resolution. Any council members, any questions or concerns?
Yeah.
Bert Perellum, Councilmember Perellum.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would just like to say to use an analogy for those that don't follow the Finance and Governance Committee or what has been going on. Let's take, for example, your foot, left or right one, and take, for example, a flip-flop. And then take, for example, say a gentleman's shoe, a wingtip. Let's say the wingtips are a little too tight and the flip-flops are way too big. What we've done and what the finance department is doing is making sure that we get the right foot size, shoe size for that foot. But it's also because all of us in some time will be off this panel, this council, you know, in some other capacity. We're trying to make, through the guidance of the management of the finance department and the city manager, with the assistance of the city council, to make it so that the shoe fits and there's not a lot of wiggle room left that we don't follow the rules. And that if people in the future pay attention, they know there's rules in place and they got to follow the rules. Because there are still people that don't believe the covenants matter. There are still people that don't believe the city came near defaulting on bond covenants for water or wastewater. These things are things as safeguards to protect the close to 250,000, 250,000 people that live in this city with their finances for this city. That's what this is about, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm very grateful that I was able to serve on this finance committee and learn at the, and I needed to say that, Mayor, because there are things that have happened that should have never happened. And this organization has people in place that is correcting that. And as the CFO stated, we'll find out for sure when the outside auditors came in, but I believe we're going to be extremely pleasantly surprised. Thank you.
And also, I want to thank the Finance and Governance Committee again. They approved this 3-0, recommended it to the City Council. And Kevin, great job. I think we need those amendments to beef up that organization. So, any other comments on this item? One speaker. Let me see who. I don't see him here. Mr. Stein. Okay, Lawrence Stein, you got 3 minutes.
Mr. Stein, can you hear me? Mr. Stein?
I didn't see him on my list here, so he's not. You probably, Mr. Stein, you probably have to unmute. He's on mute, yeah. Mr. Stein, you have to unmute.
Mr. Stein, can you hear me?
For the next item? Okay, so we can't get a hold of Mr. Stein, so.
Mr. Stein, can you try to unmute yourself, please?
Yeah. So let's go ahead and go on. So do we have a
Hello.
motion?
Hello.
Oh, there he is. Okay, thank you. Unmute it. Thank you. Go ahead.
I don't think I'm speaking on this side. This is the bond covenants. I wish to speak on the capital improvement project plans and the fire allocations for fire safety.
Okay, because I didn't have you on the list. Okay, then we'll thank you. Then we'll get you when that item comes around. So do we have a
Okay.
motion in this last item?
Hello. Oh, there he is. Okay, thank you. Unmuted.
Bert?
I move the recommended action.
Bert is first. Do we have a second? Second by Oscar. Okay, roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you. That's approved. Our next item is, this is the City Council 2016-2020 5-year priority summary and looking ahead, for a priority setting framework. And City Manager.
Thank you, sir. We're going to pull up the PowerPoint.
Mm-hmm.
So while that's coming up, let me go ahead and start.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, again, the summary of the City Council's 5-year priorities that recently expired. They were set for 2016 through 2020. And so let me I want to share my first impression of these. And it actually came to me, believe it or not, while I was applying for the job to become the city manager. And I remember seeing these and thinking, wow, that's a lot of priorities. It's very aspirational. But at the same time, as I was researching Oxnard, I also recall reading about the various troubles and difficulties the city organization was experiencing. And I knew then, even before I came to interview here, that it was going to be very difficult for the city, for this organization to achieve all of these goals. And So here we are today, and what I want to go through is a quick summary. I'm not going to dive into every category, and I can explain that along the way. And then for me, more importantly, is also to frame how how I recommend that we approach updating for the next 5-year period. So I want to say very clearly 3 things. 1, we are not asking the council to make any decisions tonight. 2, we are not making any decisions tonight about council priorities. And 3, we will not be making decisions tonight about council priorities. This is simply an overview and also framing the next update. So the broad categories from the 2016 to 2020 period make perfect sense to this community or practically any community. The 4 categories were quality of life, economic development, organizational effectiveness, and infrastructure and natural resources. And I believe we still need to focus on those topics. But of course, the council can choose any other to either replace or add when we go forward with this. So on quality of life, just to give a little detail, the stated emphasis was to strengthen and stabilize the organizational foundation of the city in the areas of finance, IT, human resources, and to improve the workforce quality while increasing transparency to the public. In the area of infrastructure and natural resources, the goal was to establish, preserve, and improve our infrastructure and natural resources through effective planning, prioritization, and efficient use of available funding. For economic development, I'm sorry, I skipped around there. For economic development and quality of life was to build relationships and create opportunities within the community for safe and vibrant neighborhoods, which will showcase the promising future of Oxnard. Economic development focus was to develop and enhance Oxnard's business climate, promote the city's fiscal health, and support economic growth in a manner consistent with the city's unique character. I'm sorry, I flipped those slides. So then organizational effectiveness and infrastructure and natural. Now, these slides are hard to read, but these in here are the specific tasks related to these specific goals under each of these 4 categories. And in the staff report, it's easy to see all of these in detail. And in addition, we were able to make an overview, not a very detailed, but an overview summary of the things we were able to accomplish. And again, I want to reiterate that we were not able to get into very much detail on many of these. But overall, we just looked at which of these tasks were completed, which of these tasks were started somewhere in the process, and which were not touched. And overall, we looked at I think it was, we ended with what is it, a 55 or so percent rate that we believe we were able to get things done. Now, put into context a few things that the circumstance of the organization at the time, the various challenges and issues that the city was experiencing, the fiscal structural deficit that the city was experiencing, and the high rate of turnover, especially among executive staff. So when those are the circumstances of an organization, it's obvious that it's very hard to do everything that you aspire to do. But if we look at the bottom here about quality of life, there were 31 tasks, and we believe we accomplished about 68% of those. In terms of economic development, about the same. In terms of infrastructure, natural resources, we think about 57%, and then organizational effectiveness about 47. And that's an area, of course, I want to continue to focus on. I mentioned, I didn't think I would need to use this slide again at the top here, but I mentioned this when you have this high rate of turnover, and this slide demonstrates the turnover in the executive ranks within a 10-year or 1-decade period. And as a reminder, you can see, you had 5 people serve as city manager. You had 6 people serve as your CFO in that decade. You had 5 people serve as your public works director, 6 people serve as in the HR director's position, and 7 as the fire chief. It's very easy to see that that makes for tremendous challenges in terms of trying to achieve a high functioning organization. So a couple things I want to also review. When you have the number of tasks that we had, 131 of them, many of them were very lofty. And again, it's important to be aspirational, but you also have to be realistic about it. And some of the assignments were just unwieldy given the resources. And then to focus on resources, many, or actually almost all the priorities lacked identified resources, whether it was budget or people or programs. So therefore, the completion rate is not spectacular. And the other thing that I noticed in reviewing these back in 2018 and then recently is that many of these aspirations and goals were not easy to measure based on the way they were framed. And it's really important to have, again, aspirational and achievable aspirations and goals, but with a timeline, matching resources, and with measurable milestones along the way. So again, though, there's plenty of progress made, and we identified 16 various areas where we've made a lot of progress. I want to go just very quickly. The police department especially met most of their goals. And again, this is in the report, and these report cards give the more detail. But across the board, we have had some success even amidst all the struggles. And then I also want to highlight there were various goals provided for the recreation department, but in that same period, the recreation department took the bulk of the fiscal cuts. So it's very difficult. They've done a stunning job with what they are left with in terms of the financial support. But it's very difficult to set goals that require our recreation staff to achieve. And yet over that time period, I think they absorbed, I think it was in total about $5 million worth of cuts. So it's important as we go forward for the next round that we make them again, realistic and achievable. So what we're looking at and what we're proposing is that later this month, we take the priorities back to our committees so that each committee can provide feedback to the staff, but also take input from the public to refine the priorities and what we should do to update them for 2021 through 2025. We had an ongoing community survey last year, and we want to update that and continue based on what we learned at the committees. We want to do a survey in the community during February, and then we would like to schedule a special council meeting for a workshop for the council, again, to see the results of the survey, to see whatever public input we have, to take more public input based on the results of the survey and based on what the council discusses at the committees, And then for the council, and then we on staff would make some recommendations, but ultimately the council needs to have a discussion amongst yourselves after you've heard all the feedback from the community and from staff, and that the council then should sort out which priorities we should aspire to for the next 5-year period. And then once we go through that deliberation, we will sort it all out and bring it back to a council meeting for adoption in March. So that's the general framework that we are proposing. Furthermore, I want to also propose how we frame this. So I think in terms of what we have ahead of us, it's still important to focus on organizational effectiveness in order to deliver on any of the priorities that the council establishes for the next 5 years. We've got to have, and we've got to build upon the progress we've made, but we've got to have a high functioning organization. And we, across the board, as your city manager today, I'm going to tell you, we're not there yet. We have a lot of bright stars across the organization, but we're still missing a few key players. We also need to, based on all the discussions we've had in the last few years, and now that the voters have provided us with the Measure E sales tax, obviously we should focus, and I'm going to recommend focusing on restoring levels of service across the community in areas that the community has as their priorities that unfortunately have been cut over the years. And then, of course, in looking at a 5-year clip, we should aspire to add a few, just a few, please, not too many moonshots here, but a few new significant investments that improve the community for all of our residents. So this is part of what I'm recommending as the mindset. Now, in terms of just establishing some food for thought now, a couple things I want to say. So one is that the priorities should focus on the 5-year period versus thinking about it as everything this city or this community could ever want for the future. We're only looking at a 5-year window. And again, it's proper to be aspirational, but it's important to also be realistic. Make sure we set our goals that we believe that are achievable and that are measurable so that we can all hold each other accountable. The priorities also need to be matched with resources, right? It's not fair to the staff to say, go do X and not identify sufficient resources and backup to do that. On the flip side, for the sake of accountability, the priorities or the goals need to be measurable. So we need to, as we establish these, we need to set out what the expected and achievable metrics will be, again, so we can hold each other accountable. Part of that, of course, includes a timeline and some milestones so that the progress can actually be tracked. I mean, this is part of the problem with the existing set of priorities that recently expired, was it was never set up to be tracked. And then, of course, our priorities, it seems to me to be common sense that they would align with our Measure E investments, or vice versa. Our Measure E investments should be aligned with our priorities. And we have a sense of what those are in the discussions leading up to placing Measure E on the ballot. And then finally, the priorities in conjunction with the Measure E investments should clearly be reflected in the budget that we would be formulating for the upcoming fiscal year. I think all of that makes sense. Again, this is food for thought. We're not making any decisions tonight, but this is the way I believe would be good for us to focus on what the next set of priorities should look like. Now, in terms of the actual priorities, that will happen when we go to the committee and when we do the community survey and when we have the council workshop. This ultimately, the city council will be setting the priorities. My job will be to make sure that whatever you set, again, we can achieve, we can deliver, we can measure. There's a timetable set to it. And so that accountability is a three-way street between the city council, the staff, and the community. And then finally, it's a reminder, every opportunity I have, I'm going to continue to publish this. This is what the council approved of as we were placing Measure E on the ballot. And these were the things that I said I would be recommending in terms of Measure E investments. And this is dated September 22 of 2020. I believe there was and continues to be broad support for these major categories. The bulk of them represent restoring levels of services so that we can make this city and this community better for everyone. So that concludes my presentation, Mr. Mayor, and I'll turn it over to you and Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Alex, and for the presentation. Before we go into more comments, we do have 4 public speakers that'd like to speak on this item. And we can go to the speakers and then we'll go to City Council. We have Trevor Surhat and Lucy Cartagena. Trevor and then Lucy. Trevor Surhat.
Not available, Mayor.
Okay, Lucy Cartagena. Lucy, are you on?
Not available, Mayor.
Okay, our next item would be Peggy Rivera, followed by Lauren Stein.
Lauren Stein is available.
Okay. Mr. Stein, you got 3 minutes.
Mr. Stein, can you hear me?
Thank you very much for the opportunity of speaking tonight. My primary concern isn't what we've done in the past, but plans for the future. Please bear in mind that City Council does not do presentations for staff. Staff makes recommendations that City Council either approves or denies. Again, this 5-year plan consists of issues that have not been addressed. Please Okay, the other issue I have is the fact that we have several items for capital improvement projects that have not been addressed sufficiently. One issue is our water program. We have paid hundreds of millions, we have paid over $120 million for the GREAT program. Not one drop of the GREAT program has been blended into the general water supply, a direct violation of the law. People are paying thousands of dollars every year on debt service, but we're not getting the benefits of the water. So part of the 5-year program in the future should be the acceleration of the GREAT program so we get up to 3 skids of water. Please bear in mind, this has some fiscal benefits to everybody here. We're paying a huge sums of money to import water. 5 years ago, the cost of importer was running about $14 million. Now it's running $25 million. The city attorney is sitting on his backside and not enforcing Prop 218. The other issue of the wastewater program is the meters. Where are the meters coming from to be replaced? Again, this is an item on the agenda in the past, but again, the public does not hear how the city is going to be spending money to put the meters in place. Another issue is the streets and alleyway repairs. We heard discussions on how much money is being spent or driven off the enterprise funds for street and alleyway repairs. I've seen street repairs, but alleyway repairs are the second cousin or the third uncle down the line. We're not fixing our alleyways. There's nothing in the general budget approved or recommended by city staff to fix our alleyways. Again, city staff makes recommendations and city council votes on them. City council has not received recommendations from staff to fix the alleyways. City council has not received staff reports to finish College Park. City council has not received recommendations to start and finish Sports Park. Again, staff recommendations can only come from staff. City council does not make recommendations. They only approve recommendations from staff. So staff seems to ignore the 5-year plans in the process. We're supposed to have the great program built, wasn't done. We're supposed to have our waterways, our water meters fixed, not done. Great program, not implemented. These are issues. And one of the issues we have to do is address the 5-year plan. Again, staff makes recommendations and city councils gets ignored. When was the last time College Park was fixed? The money that fixed College Park last time was a grant program for the soccer fields. Where's the money for
Thank you, Mr. Stein.
sports parks?
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Okay, so any comments from the city council? I know this is, we're not taking any, just a receiving summary and maybe get some feedback, if any, from our council members.
Did it stop?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and Bert, Councilmember Perella.
I was just waiting to see if somebody else wanted to say something, but I appreciate the comments from the public. I'd like to correct one. I respect and hold in high regard Mr. Lawrence Paul Stein, but he questioned why we haven't blended reclaimed water with the water supply. It's illegal to blend reclaimed water with the water supply under the rules in the state of California at the present time. There are other uses for it, but on that particular one, Lawrence, I believe you made a slight mistake in what you stated. The issue with respect to accountability, if the public will take a chance and take a look at the staff report, there's a tremendous amount of things that were promised, and there is the follow-up and the action taken to complete those does not show. The proof is in the pudding, and it's not in this case. There's something a long time ago. You need to know what you're going to do. You need to know how soon you're going to do it. You need to know if you have the money to do it. They call it a scope, a schedule, and a budget. We're getting direction from our city manager how to move forward in a 5-year plan. The previous 5-year plan, I recall, was a matter of a big significant part of it was a matter of putting colored stickers on certain items. And it was like a fixed poker game because people would come in advocating for various positions, gather other people's stickers and put them on that schedule. And I'm sure there's other council members on this council aware of that. The specific part about holding us accountable for what we've done and holding the management accountable for following the directions that the council has done, provided that money has been given to do the work under scope. What is it you're going to do? A schedule. When are you going to get it done? And a budget. Have you got enough money to do it? Is a significant part of this item. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. And Mr. City Manager, I think some of the things that you said were really important. Where public input is extremely important with this item, and also one of the things that I saw in here is restore the community services that we're looking at with Measure E, and of course, how do we measure that, and also with a timeline. I think it's important, and with milestones, and of course, the most important part is funding, which I picked up from your presentation. So thank you for that presentation.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a quick comment?
Yes, go ahead.
Just to follow up to Councilmember Perello's comments, and he's correct. Currently, state law does not allow us to commingle reclaimed water with the potable water system, but there is a process whereby we can inject the reclaimed water into what's called an aquifer storage recovery well, or an ASR well, and leave it for, I believe, 3 months or 6 months. I'm not sure the time span, and then test it when it comes out. And if it meets certain standards, then it is permissible to commingle it with the potable water system. And that's the whole purpose of the ASR well being built at Campus Park, and that they're moving forward with doing the final connection with that so that gray water can be moved from the grade system into the ASR well, sit there for the required length of time, be tested, and can be commingled. So it's not like we're not doing anything. It's just a very long, slow, tedious process to get through all the regulatory hoops, but we are moving forward with that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I believe too that we, the public needs to accept that gray water, to be commingled, with the regular water. And we need some legislation on that to eventually be able to use that gray water commingled with our clean water through the process of commingling those two items. That's good points. Mr. City Manager?
On that point, since we've gone there, I think we can convince the public by having the mayor and the council drink a glass of that water at every meeting.
Yep. And I have the water right here. Okay, thank you so much. And our next item is the City Manager Department. This is report number 4. This is appointment of council committee memberships, including committee chairs. And Mr. City Manager?
Sorry. So we're bringing up the slide, and we have an update. What's in the published agenda is now moot. So I want to just provide a quick update in terms of the what we're doing to comply with Measure M right now. That's okay. That's the next one. Go back.
The appointment for committee, so.
There you go. There you go. That's okay. And here it is. So this is what we're doing. These are the interim Measure M to meet the Measure M requirements while we're figuring this out eventually before a judge. So here's how it works best. We're going to consolidate our committees. So we're going to go from 5 standing committees to 3. They will continue to meet on the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays of each month. However, they will be meeting all of them in the evening. And given our numbers, for 3 committees, we will be needing 2 council members to serve on each. And the lucky winner is you, Mr. Mayor, who will, again, due to the math, will be serving on each of the 3 committees.
Is that what happens to the new guy on board?
Yes, that's a good way to look at it. Thank you. That's a good way of, that's a good spirit.
You don't have any other obligations.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So here's the schedule. We will begin at 5 p.m. with the Finance and Governance Committee. We are scheduling these for an hour and a half each with a 15-minute break in between. But they are separate meetings, so it's not like one continuous meeting. And for that, we will have Councilwoman Basua, the mayor, Mayor Zaragoza, and then the District 2 representative, which currently is vacant. And then at 6:45 begins and this is where we're consolidating the Community Services, Public Safety, and Housing and Development Committee. So that's scheduled from 6:45 to 8:15, and that is the chair will be the Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, alongside with Councilmember Madrigal and Mayor Zaragoza. And then batting third, the third committee for the evening begins at 8:30, scheduled to from 8:30 to 10 is the Public Works and Transportation Committee, with the chair being Councilmember Perello, along with Councilmember Lopez and Mayor Zaragoza. And then, of course, the other aspects, the key aspects, is that the presentations starting next week will be pre-recorded. We will not be making the presentations at the meetings anymore. We'll go straight to clarifying questions, public comment, and council deliberation. So everyone will need to view the presentations ahead of time. They will be available embedded in the published agenda. So there'll just be additional links to view the video. Of course, we will be implementing Robert's Rules of Order. We have to get the formal training, but we're working on that. And as a reminder, we've already talked about it tonight, that public comment for all of these will be for 3 minutes each person. This also applies, of course, to our other legislative bodies, such as the Planning Commission and our CAGs, and we're working to transform those as well in order to comply with the vote of the people on Measure M. So that's the long and the short of it. We're simply consolidating our committees so that we can fit it in to an evening without going past midnight. And we will continue to do those on the second and fourth Tuesdays of each month. And that is my report. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any council members' concerns or questions or clarifications?
Yes,
If not, we have one speaker.
I have a clarification, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Bert.
Can we be told with the sunshine ordinance city approved, will we still be getting the agenda and the pre-recorded the same amount of time previous to the meeting?
Yes, council member, we will endeavor to meet those deadlines.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have a speaker. Madam Clerk, is Juan Juarez, is he available on this item?
It's not available.
Not available? Okay. So Juan Juarez is not online. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Move the recommended action.
Okay, Abby, first,
Second.
a second by Lopez. Roll call, Basua and Lopez. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, thank you. That's approved. Our next item is item number 5, report number 5, and this is a option to fill the council vacancy for district number 2. That would be our city attorney.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just make one quick comment because this just happened recently. I'd like us to collectively congratulate Carmen Ramirez. She was earlier sworn in to be our new representative on the County Board of Supervisors earlier this evening. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. So, as just stated, the vacancy arose today when Councilmember Ramirez took her oath of office as a county supervisor. And state law gives the council 2 default options right now. See if I can, there we go. So, either call a special election or make an appointment to fill the vacancy. And the government code also provides a third alternative that would require the adoption of an ordinance. So under the government code, the city council is authorized to enact an ordinance that modifies the primary 2 options in various ways. And those ways include requiring that a special election be called, requiring a special election if petitions bearing a specified number of signatures are filed. And that option also allows the council to call a special election without the filing of a petition. Or the third option is basically a hybrid of the 2 default options, which is provide that any person appointed would only hold office until the date of a special election, which shall immediately be called to fill the remainder of the term. Any special election under those options would be subject to a requirement that it couldn't occur earlier than 144 days. Excuse me?
114.
Oh, did I have a typo there?
Your transposition.
Okay. Transposition error.
Yeah.
So that is the third option that's listed for you on your agenda. And to put this in a graphical format, council has 60 days to make this decision and to, as shown on the graph, the options for special election dates in the year that we are now in are limited to March of this year and November. Because of that time limit on when, how much lead time there has to be for a special election once it's called, the March election cannot occur under the statutory requirements. So if a special election was called, if that was the number 2 option as listed above was taken, then the vacancy would remain open until the results of the special election in November were certified and the results declared. So for the better part of 11 months, there would be a vacancy in the District 2 council seat.
Mr. Citron, that would probably be more like 12 because don't they certify in December?
Yes, so I don't know if it would be any quicker because this would be a very limited purpose election. It would just
Okay.
be the voters of District 2. They might be able to turn that around a little faster.
Because normally it takes about 30 days or so, normally. Okay. thank you.
Correct.
Mhm.
So if the council chose the appointment option, first of all, an appointed person, the way this vacancy has arisen under the state law, would serve the remainder of the term of Councilmember Ramirez, basically until the results of the November 2022 election were declared. There's no set procedure for making an appointment. And we have this is the slide on that, where there is if you went this route, even though there is no set procedure, based on how we've seen other cities do it, one way to do it is to call for applications. The council would direct staff to solicit applications, leave that application period open for a period of time. We're suggesting, since today or tomorrow would be January 6th, leave it open till the 20th. That would give opportunity for people to be notified within District 2 of this vacancy if council wishes to fill it through appointment, for them to get applications together and submit them. And then once that deadline for submitting applications has passed, then a special meeting would be scheduled for interviewing the applicants, which would occur at a special council meeting open to the public for input and viewing. And again, that would give the council an opportunity to reach a decision within the 60-day deadline. So another element of the special election option is that, a little more on the special election option. We checked with the county registrar's office, and their staff estimates that a special election for District 2, which would be a standalone election, most likely, will cost, they estimate, $93,000 plus whatever legal publication costs would be involved with that. So under this special election timeline, we're looking at once if the vacancy is filled through that method, once the election results are declared, then the winner of that special election would serve the remainder of the term and again, as the mayor pointed out, based on the time it would take to declare the results of the 2022 election sometime in December of 2022. So I think we're out of slides. Maybe.
Okay.
So returning to option 3. So that since the vacancy has already arisen, the ordinance option, the third alternative within the statutory allowance for the ordinance, provides additional flexibility that could be implemented within the current 60-day period that council has to reach a decision on this issue. A proposed ordinance to implement that third option is included in the agenda packet, and the council may act tonight to approve the first reading by title only and waive further reading of an ordinance amending the city code to allow for an appointed council member to serve until a special election is held. So if introduced tonight, that ordinance would come back at the next council meeting for adoption and would take effect immediately as an ordinance related to an election, so that it would apply to an appointment to fill the present vacancy. If the ordinance is adopted, the council must make that appointment and call a special election within 60 days of today's date. Please let me know if you have any questions prior to taking public comment and deliberating on this.
Council members, do you have any questions of the city attorney before we go into public comments?
Yes.
I can't. Let me see what Perrella.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. City Attorney Fisher, when the council districts were created, what was the basic criteria creating them other than to try to make it equal? What were the number of people or residents in the districts divided up by the districts that were created?
Well, let me pull up the information that I obtained today, just reminder of what was done at the end of 2017, beginning of 2018 on the districts. Bear with me just a moment. So, as you recall, council was presented with numerous maps in creating the council districts through the process that we used a districting consultant on. And by the way, that's a process that we will be starting again this year once we receive the new census data that's due out in a few months. So the District 2 total population, if I can read the huge chart here. Yeah, the ideal was listed as 32,984.
Yeah.
And the goal, of course, was to have roughly equal population distribution among the districts. And you asked also what the requirements are for the district, for creation of a district. And let me read what the League of Women Voters has just put out recently, updating it for, again, we're in the reapportionment year after the 2020 census has been completed. So as summarized by the League of Women Voters, the order of priority for creating district boundaries are geographic contiguity, communities of interest preservation, geographic integrity, geographic compactness, and easily identifiable by residents, the district boundary should be, and prohibiting favoritism among partisanship. So that's a separate process that's going to be occurring later this year. It won't be completed by the time a special election in November would occur if you decide to call one. But that is what we're looking at for what we have to do following the 2020 census.
Thank you very much.
Mr. City Attorney, when the districts were formed, in the city, as you mentioned, looking at the three options that you're recommending, are we legal there? There's no concerns with any legal concerns about doing what we're doing now with the three options?
So again, the options before you are what the statute requires.
Okay, that's what
Yeah, so the two main ones are making an appointment or calling a special election within 60 days from tonight.
But according to when we set up the districts for the city of Oxnard, according to the law, that we can go ahead and pick one of those options.
Yeah, so what controls here isn't really the districting law,
Okay,
it's the vacancy statute. So
That's
the vacancy statute is what gives you the options to fill the vacancy.
That's because I had a concern that somebody called me today that it was a legal matter, but we're really not. It's more of a vacancy issue.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So, however, the person that ends up succeeding Councilmember Ramirez, whether by special election or appointment, has to be a resident of District 2,
18 years
and
of age, and
a registered voter of the
and
city.
a voter.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions before we go to? We have 16 speakers on this item. Okay, if not, we'll go ahead and go with the speakers, and we have first speaker is Gabriel Tiran, followed by Lucy Cartagena, and then Daniel Chavez. Gabriel Tiran first, and Lucy, and then Daniel Chavez. 3 minutes.
Mr. Tehran?
Good evening. Yes.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Gabriel Turan. I am the chair for the Fremont South Neighborhood Council and a resident of District 2. And I am speaking as an individual tonight, but I do want to draw attention that our neighborhood council did send a formal letter to City Council earlier today in regards to our view as a neighborhood on District 2. And I actually, as an individual, share the viewpoint that our neighborhood came up with. And that is that after looking at elections code, looking at the staff materials and the report, I feel that I have to support an appointment as the option in option 1 for a number of reasons. The first reason is that the elections code will not allow an election, a special election, to happen until November of 2021. And as was mentioned in the presentation, that is a good 11 months that our district, District 2, will go without a dedicated representative at the table for a number of important issues that are coming up this year, such as Measure E allocations, the 5-year priorities for City Council, as was mentioned earlier tonight, the homeless shelter that's being proposed in District 2, and the fiscal year that's coming up for the city of Oxnard. And the other things that we need to look at are, if we were to do a special election, not only do we have to wait, but if we were to go with option 3, where we do both appointment and special election, the cost of $93,000 plus, I certainly feel that in any other circumstances, the people's voice at the ballot box is certainly a priority, but representation is far more important to me right now. And we can't go 11 months without that representation. $93,000 to wait 11 months for that representation just does not equate in my mind. In addition to that, $93,000 would fund the Colonial Library for 3 years. That's just one example. There are many, many other things I think that money can be better spent on. Let alone the fact that the city just had a $34 million judgment that just came out recently. And where is that money going to come from, $34 million? So $93,000 on top of that, I think that we can do better. And lastly, it'll be a 1-year term. If we have a special election, that person will be elected and certified in November and December of 21 and have to run again November and December of 22. If this is a democratic process, this is part of the process that elections code allows. Let's go for the appointment. Let's allow for the person who's appointed to finish out that 2-year term. And then the voters can decide at the end of that 2-year term whether they want to keep that person or not. That's part of the democratic process. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, Gabriel. Lucy Cartagena, followed by Daniel Chavez. Lucy's not available. Okay, Daniel Chavez, followed by Lorraine Efres. Daniel Chavez, 3 minutes.
Mr. Chavez, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Council, Oxnard residents, and staff. I have to echo many of the comments that Mr. Turan said in regards to this item. Tonight, you're going to be hearing most likely comments from people that are saying that a special election is the right and that you should do it that way. But the reality is, for a district, and roughly the number of residents in each district, I believe, is about anywhere between 14 to 16,000 residents in each district. Residents in District 2 going without a representative for nearly a full calendar year is unacceptable. The whole purpose of us moving into district-based elections was to ensure that residents were going to be equally represented on the council for their geographical area. By not having a representative for District 2 for nearly a full calendar year, they will not have a voice at the table. As shown in slide 8 of the presentation, a number of important items that are going to be coming before the council. To have a special election, to use up over $93,000 is unrealistic and ridiculous. It is also ridiculous to go with option 3, to appoint somebody and then a year later have a special election, and then that person serves for another year, and then you have the other election as the regular cycle. I urge the council to go with option 1, to appoint somebody. It is part of the process. As we saw in the state, Governor Newsom appointed Secretary of the State Padilla to fill in the seat for Senator Harris. We also saw him fill in the Secretary of State by an assembly member. It's just part of the process. If residents are unhappy with the council member that's appointed, they have the option in November 2022 to vote them out. And the thoughts of a yes person is also ridiculous. Individuals that are appointed or voted in make their own decisions. And it's not only one vote, there are 7 members on the council. I urge the council to go with option number 1 and truly put yourselves in the shoes of residents of District 2. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Lorraine Efres, followed by Sofia Vega. Lorraine Efres, 3 minutes.
Lorraine? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone, and a happy new year. I hope it's going to be a much better year than 2020. I am speaking about the vacancy in District 2, and I am going to agree with the 2 speakers who preceded me. Ordinarily, I always favor an election over anything, but because legally we have to wait until November, I would like to mention some things that favor the appointment or option 1. The council priorities and city challenges in the next 11 months have been enumerated, but one went without mention, although it was alluded to, and that is the redistricting. We'll need to develop the process for redistricting based on the 2020 census. While it's unlikely that we'll have actual redistricting data, although it is being rushed by the federal government, we will still need to start early to look at our process and perhaps some new maps. Last time around, over 100 maps were submitted by the public. I attended every redistricting meeting the first time around. Participation was paltry. Many of the sessions fell during the Thanksgiving to Christmas holiday period, and it was not the best choice of a timeline. We'll need major outreach efforts to maximize participation, especially if we're still virtual. Lack of actual representation for District 2 in any process development would, in my opinion, be inexcusable. Special elections generally have a low turnout. The recall elections of 2018, when we still elected everybody at large, had a 16.67% return, or 13,174 votes cast out of 79,068 registered voters. The election cost $400,000. Now we vote in district. District 2 has approximately 18,000 rounded up eligible voters. Just looking at those recall numbers, 17% return would yield about 2,900 votes if all registered persons voted. And by the way, that's the approximate number that Mr. Perello says he won by in the District 1 special election. Cost estimates of approximately $100,000. With our
30
structural
seconds.
deficit, the loss of funds, the pandemic, and no aid from the federal government, we can't afford the $93,000. I strongly urge the appointment option, and ordinarily elections are better, but in this case, I think appointment is the better option. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. The next speaker is Sofia Vega, followed by Manuel Herrera. Sofia Vega, 3 minutes.
Unavailable.
Not available, okay. Manuel Herrera, followed by Francisco Dominguez. Manuel Herrera.
Mr. Herrera, can you hear me?
Yes,
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
thank you. Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, members of the City Council and staff, my name is Manuel Herrera. I am the creator of Citizens for a Better Oxnard. However, I'm here representing myself. You have been presented with 3 options to fill a council vacancy in District 2. As a resident of District 2, I would like to suggest to the council that they pick option 1, which is to appoint our next city council representative. Option 1 will be the least expensive option and will get us a council representative as soon as possible. Otherwise, our district will be without representation during the next few important council votes. A special election will cost approximately $93,000 plus legal publication costs. And by the time the election is held in November, the new council member will only end up serving about 10 months. Although democracy dictates that the people are the ones that elect our local council members, sometimes there has to be an exception to the rule. In this particular case, we need common sense to prevail. To hold a special election at a cost of $93,000 for a council member who will only serve about 10 months makes absolutely no sense at all. Most of the people demanding a special election are the very people who criticize the council for wasting our tax dollars. So I ask the council, listen to your critics by not wasting our tax dollars and to apply common sense in this matter by appointing our next District 2 council member. And let's not forget that special elections normally lead to low voter turnout. So again, it makes no sense to choose any other option than option 1. We need a new council member now, not in November. Thank you very much and good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pat Brown, followed by Douglas Portello. Pat Brown, 3 minutes.
Pat Brown, can you hear me? Pat Brown?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes,
This
please.
is Pat Brown. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My comment is, if I lived in that area, I would go with these people who have just spoken. I think that the appointment is the best, definitely the best way to go. And because of the fact that we have such a financial hurdle to take here soon, I think this is definitely the sensible way to go. So if it ever happens in my neighborhood, this is exactly what I would do if it were my neighborhood. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Douglas Portello, followed by Ricardo Torres. Douglas Portello, followed by Ricardo Torres. Douglas, you got 3 minutes.
Douglas, you got 3 minutes. Douglas, 3 minutes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and council members. I would like to suggest that you guys consider carefully option 3. I am one of the people that often hold your feet to the fire about spending and being fiscally responsible. But this is something where this is part of our democracy, that this is an elected position. It's an equal position in voting for matters of significance for Oxnard, and it should be left up to the voters. There is a precedence here for option 3, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was Bert Perillo who filled a vacancy left by Tim Flynn when he became mayor. And I didn't hear any complaints about Mr. Perillo underrepresenting those folks during that interim period before the special election. Now, it is a lot of money, but it shouldn't come down to money. It should come down to the fact that it must be decided by the voters. If it's an appointment, then it will always have that question and that appearance as to whether that appointment is in line with those doing the appointing or they're beholden to those doing the appointing. So even though that probably won't be the case, they'll have their own mind, they'll make their own decisions, they'll vote according to what they feel is best for Oxnard. But if you use the example of Bert Perillo, when he held that seat as an appointment in the interim, I never heard a complaint. As a matter of fact, I believe Bert then got subsequently elected to his position where he sits today. So he did it well, he did it honorably. I think he represented that district well in that time, but it must be the voters that decide these positions, not appointments, because it does leave that question in people's minds when they advocate for certain positions, whether there's a question of them being beholden for getting that seat, and that might influence their judgment. So it's not fair to that person to have that hanging over their head. And it's also very important, no matter what it costs, no matter how much time is involved, a year, even if it was less than a year, it's just too important. And given the history of transparency and accountability in the process, I think it's extremely important that this decision be left up to the voters. I think they're correct in saying that that position and representation for that district needs to be exercised. That's why I think that third option makes a lot of sense. It's something the city's done in the past, and it worked quite well. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ricardo Torres, followed by Adriana Robles. Ricardo Torres, got 3 minutes.
Mr. Torres, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Hope everyone had a happy new year. My name is Ricardo Torres, and I'm a resident of the Orchard Park community in District 2. So first and foremost, I want to publicly congratulate Chief Benitez on his new appointment. I also want to take this moment to advocate for option 2, which would be a special election to democratically allow my fellow District 2 neighbors to elect their city council representative. I am aware of the fiscal consequences of holding a special election, but I am a sound believer in democracy, and I believe it should not have democracy should not have a price tag. I also believe that my fellow District 2 neighbors should not be deprived of the opportunity to select who they would like to represent them on the council. And I really believe that the fiscal shortfalls of the city should not be blamed or should not be a consequence of the District 2 representation. I know there's been a couple callers who have advocated for option 1. One of my biggest issues with option 1 is if we trust the city council to appoint someone, then we should have the same trust in our city council to represent the city of Oxnard, which includes District 2, in our best interest during those months of a vacancy. We all elected our mayor. He just got elected, and we all have faith in him that he's going to lead us in the right direction. So I really believe that if it's a issue of representation, the best way to get someone on the council is to have those neighbors, those District 2 members, elect who they want to represent them. I want to thank everyone for their time. And again, my name is Ricardo Torres. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. The next speaker is Ariana Robles, followed by Ramon Mendoza. Ariana Robles.
Hello.
Followed by-
Diana Robles, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good evening to everyone and Happy New Year. As stated, my name is Ariana Robles. I'm a current employee at our local university, CSU Channel Islands, and a proud Oxnard native. I'm also proud that my husband and I were able to settle into a home in the Orchard Community Park amid the pandemic. And getting acclimated to the current council vacancy, I believe the council should follow the special election option. My family and I are looking to make Oxnard, specifically Orchard Park, our permanent home. And as a resident of District 2, I want to assure my right to select who represents and advocates for me and my neighborhood and community. Given the political climate, I think and believe it's very important that residents within my district are given that opportunity. When we're little, we're taught that our vote is our voice. And that's how we're educated, and that's how I was educated. And I feel that democracy is very important, and we should exercise our right to vote. And I want to educate my children, my 2 little ones, in that same nature. So I urge that we are given the opportunity to have a special election at this time. Thank you for your time, and good evening.
Thank you, Ariana. Our next speaker is Ramon Mendoza, followed by Ronald Araujo. Ramon Mendoza.
Ramon Mendoza is unavailable.
Okay. Ronald Araujo is next speaker. 3 minutes.
Mr. Araujo, can you hear me?
He needs to unmute himself. Ronald, can you unmute yourself? Thank you.
Ronald, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello. Good evening, Your Honor and Counsel. My name is Ronald Arwejo, and I'm speaking in support of the third option to allow for an appointed council member to serve until a special election is held in November 2021. I believe that this option combines the best of both options 1 and 2 of making sure that there is near immediate representation for District 2, instead of it being left vacant, while providing all voters, albeit slightly delayed, a choice for themselves. Option 2 would provide voters a choice, but at the detriment of leaving the seat vacant for almost an entire year. Leaving the seat empty is just simply untenable. If the election would have been permissible at an earlier time in the year, like it was at times in the past, I would have changed my recommendation, as a vacancy might have been only half a year at most. However, this is not the case, and I do not recommend option 2. In regards to option 1, I have had multiple experiences with appointments on the local level. However, the District 2 vacancy differs in 2 key ways with those that I experienced there. The first example occurred for a school district board, which elected multiple people at every election to an at-large seat or seats. You could argue that since all the trustees on the school board were elected by everyone in the district, someone that was appointed to the seat would be selected by a group of people who represent all of the district. For District 2, other than the mayor, everyone was elected by constituents who will not have a say in who the District 2 council person is in the future. The second example occurred for a city that I worked for, in which council members were elected by districts just like Oxnard. In that city, elections were not competitive and usually featured just one person for that seat a vast majority of the time. Suffice it to say, I can tell you from personal experience that that is simply not true for Oxnard. The appointment process made sense then, given the specific circumstances and recent history. Option 3 prevents a seat from going vacant for close to a year, in addition to allowing voters the earliest opportunity to have their voice heard. The appointment process of option 1 seats someone to represent District 2 as reasonably as possible. The special election in option 2 provides not only the voters, but also the candidates to learn from each other on what would work best for both the district specifically and the city as a whole. For this in particular, I can tell you that I learned so much just talking to voters about their concerns when I ran for council. In my opinion and position both changed and were updated for the better. I recommend that the mayor and council support the third option to allow for an appointed council member to serve until a special election is held in November 2021. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ronald. Our next speaker is Alicia Purcell, followed by Elder Espinosa. Alicia Purcell, 3 minutes.
Alicia is not available.
Not available? Okay, Elder Espinosa, and the last speaker is going to be Armando Delgado. Elder Espinosa, followed by Armando Delgado, our last speaker.
Not available.
Okay, Armando Delgado, 3 minutes. He's the carpenters.
Thank you.
Armando?
Can you hear us?
Absolutely. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, council, staff, and fellow residents of our beautiful city. You will be soon deciding how to fill a vacancy on the council. If the past practices of other promising cities is any guide, the likely course that should be via an appointment by the rest of the council that will allow a person to serve until the next general election. Put aside the $90,000 of special election expenses that keeps getting thrown around. Put aside the angry, uninformed accusations about how people's voting rights are being taken from them. They're not. When considering whom to appoint to the city council, I'd like for you to consider a few things. The percentage of incumbents returning after the recent elections is 100%. All 3 council members were re-elected. If you want to add in those who survived the recall a few years ago, then add in another council member who was re-elected in there, and the total is still 100%. The mayor won his election decisively, and Councilwoman Basua is loved and respected throughout her district and the rest of the city. When you were voted in, you were being trusted. Do your job. Each of you were voted in to make these hard decisions. So what I'm getting at is there's full confidence and respect towards the decision-making efforts of our elected officials. Someone being appointed to the council only has to have the initial support of 4 people. And if eligible, they're able to run again, likely at the end of the councilman's term in 2022. Those 4 votes represent the voices of thousands who trust in you. Local races are generally and unfortunately low information races. So what a candidate lists as their occupation goes a long way. Their participation in the community events are noticed. Their willingness to mount up and submit their application at the risk of being judged by his or her own district should not be dismissed. It takes courage to step forward and say, I'll do it. I'll fight off the social media attacks. I'll argue with why I made those certain decisions. I'll represent. All in all, I see it the same as running a campaign for election. Being a council member is indeed a tough job that requires an understanding of a myriad of complicated responsibilities, fiscal, planning, and legal. I understand a desire for continuity. I don't, however, believe that the electors of the city choose the representative for such an expensive and short term when they can get it now for a longer session of continuity. You know, recent events, both electoral and societal, have shown us that this country is changing. Let's facilitate that change by appointing someone who will responsibly represent the district. You know, the Gold Coast Carpenters are already in full support of the decision to appoint someone. Matter of fact, the local trades have already had this discussion and can only merely hint that maybe, perhaps, possibly, or we may or may not already have a candidate but this isn't the proper forum for that. Just appoint somebody who is already part of this community and leading.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Armando. Okay, council members, excuse me.
Mayor, we have another speaker on the line, Francisco Dominguez.
Oh, Francisco Dominguez. Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Okay. Did I miss him? I'm sorry if I did. Francisco?
Yeah, I think we may have skipped him. But
Okay,
he's on
Francisco,
hold.
you got 3 minutes.
Francisco? Mr. Dominguez, can you hear me?
Yes.
You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I was already feeling left out.
My
And
apologies.
that's what happens. And that's what happens when you aren't given representation. You get left out. Your voice needs to be heard. People need to be represented. Opinions need to be heard. I am a resident of District 2, and I accept your apology, Mr. Mayor. I realize you got a tough job up there, but the job calls for representation, and District 2 needs representation. And I do believe that option 3 provides for the representation for the district's 2 representative. The person can be appointed and then would be put to an election in November. They would have to serve their papers in August and then do a campaign. And this is what calls for democracy. The democracy that we all fight for, the democracy that we all stand up for, the democracy that is so in question in today's time. So therefore, there is no price that we can put on democracy. Democracy is one that we have to participate in and challenge ourselves to be able to be active participants. So therefore, I call on you, Mr. Mayor, council members, don't look at the price tag, because votes cannot be counted that way. Participation is what it's about. Representation is the outcome. Our citizens, the citizens of District 2, need a representative during these difficult times that you'll be facing. And you'll be facing tough challenges, and we will have a voice. When you make that appointment, the person will go up for election. The residents of District 2 can decide if they want to continue with that person and then move forward after that. But ultimately, in the end, it's about democracy. And our democracy is an active participant sport, and we all need to be involved in that. So don't leave me out. Don't let the voices go unheard. Make sure that everyone gets an opportunity to participate in the process. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, for the honor and the opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Thank you, Francisco. My apologies. See, I was saving you for the last speaker.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mayor, we have one more public
Oh, one more?
speaker.
Who's, I didn't miss that person. Who was one more?
Lorraine?
Lorraine Efres? She spoke. Lorraine spoke.
Alicia's here now.
Were you looking to speak?
Yes.
What
Is
item?
this Alicia?
This is Alicia. Yeah.
Okay.
I was here. I guess you guys didn't spot me, but I've been in the meeting.
Thank you.
Alicia, you got 3 minutes. Okay.
Thank you. When the council converted to using council districts, there was a whole lot of talk about the importance of each district being able to have a voice of their own choosing. And so I just want to ask the question, if that was so important for the residents of each district to choose a representative for council in 2018, why isn't that important now? I'm not certain, but I think the mayor lives in District 1. So if that's true, then if the council appoints, it means no one from District 2 will even get to vote on filling that seat. The reality is that whoever you would appoint would have an incumbency advantage in the next election. And as a prior caller noted, incumbents always get reelected here. Basically, it would be the council putting its thumb on the scale of who represents District 2, possibly for the next 3 election cycles, rather than letting the district residents exercise their own voice. And a lot of people think that there's one person who's a friendly associate of the city manager and several council members is positioning himself to seek that appointment. And I'm not beating around the bush. I'm specifically referring to Mr. Gabe Turan, who spoke earlier to advocate for appointment. I may be mistaken, but I don't believe he's ever run for public office before. And appointing Mr. Turan would just be picking another rubber stamp who represents you and not the district. If you're dead set on appointing someone, choosing the next runner-up from the last election for the seat would be better evidence of district support for that person, at least. Others are suggesting that it would be better to add someone sooner for important upcoming votes. But, if the idea is just to appoint one of your friends who thinks the same way as you do, then it's not really going to change the upcoming council votes. I've actually calculated voting trends on council matters, and 99% of the time, the council approves staff recommendations. 94% of the time, the votes are unanimous. So another, carbon copy doesn't change that. Appointing another such person would have zero impact on the vote outcomes. But, maybe that's what some city leaders want here, is someone who's not going to really rock the boat or bring in new ideas or argue for a different direction. Perhaps it's just easier that way. So
20
I'll
seconds.
wrap up by saying elections are a primary function of government. And this is the sort of thing that we should spend money on. So I advocate that you let District 2 residents choose their own voice on council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And that was the last speaker, right, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. So our council discussion, Bert Torello, council member.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to clear up a couple of things that were stated and clear up a couple of points. Yes, I was elected in a special election. I was not appointed. I was elected in June of 13. The state of California at the time had their primaries in the month of June. The state of California bigwigs and the political parties decided to move their primaries to the month of March to have more sway in the national elections, to have more say. Right or wrong, that's what they did. I ran for the seat in November of 2012 and got my butt kicked. I came in 8 of 13. There are some members on this council right now that were in that same race. The issue at the time was, should they take the next highest vote getter or should they have an election? Basically, the first loser or have a citywide election. The council at the time voted for an election. And again, it was citywide. There were no districts at that time. So I just wanted to clarify that. And I appreciate the issue being brought up because I think it's important. And looking at it in hindsight, the city probably should have taken a position of what to do if that happens again. Because I've gotten a lot of feedback on how I should handle this from residents in District 2 and outside of District 2. And one of the common things that comes up, and it's kind of humorous, is that when a person has an elected position with time still in that position and they decide to run, they need to consider resigning the position. Okay, now my views on this particular matter. I felt that I would be a hypocrite if I went for an appointment because I survived through an election. There was an election process and I won the election. There was no appointment of my position on that seat. And I do feel that it was a unique situation in that it wasn't council districts. It was citywide. So there were, at the time, only 5 members on the council. And the rest of the council looked out for the entire city, as really realistically it is now. But there is definite partisanship in these council districts. And I will use, I hope, a common sense, plain English example. We have 5 districts and 1 mayor. The district that is not District 2, this is a map of District 2. The newspaper got it wrong when they described the district. There are 3 neighborhoods that are in District 2 that were severed because of the council district creation. Wilson and Fremont South. But South Bank also was severed. I live in South Bank. And when we consider the neighborhoods that are in District 2, River Park, El Rio West, Wagon Wheel, which I can't tell you is a standing district right now, Sierra Linda, Orchard, Fremont North, Carriage Square, Fremont South, and Wilson, and South Bank. But the final 3 are only partial. Fremont South and Wilson are in Mr. McDonald's district. South Bank, the west part, is in my district. Does that matter? It matters to me in this point. There are some people that listen to the city council meetings and some people that pay attention. There is a difference. When the city attorney explained there were 39,000 people at the time of the creation of the district, that's a lot more than 9, 10, 13, 18,000 people. If people will look at something, and the something is, how many people are 39,000 people? 39,000 people are more people that live in the cities in Ventura County of Moore Park, Santa Paula, Fillmore, Oak Park, Ojai, El Rio, Miramonte, Oakview, Santa Rosa Valley, Miners Oaks, Casa Caneo, and Channel Islands Beach Community. All of those communities have less than the number of people that are listed in District 2 at the last, at the creation of the district. And my view was it'd be wrong to have an appointment, but they need to have an election. But my view is tempered by one very special thing. If we have, excuse me, if we have the number of districts that we have and the mayor, and we throw a party and one person doesn't show up, and we had a pizza cut into the number of people that are on this city council, what happens to that last piece of pizza? I've learned this a very hard way through being involved with levies and being involved with harbor issues and being involved with health issues, serious health issues that took place in my neighborhood. And that is this lesson, ladies and gentlemen, of the council and the public. If you don't have a seat at the table, you're on the menu. That means whatever you were entitled to, somebody else takes. There needs to be a representative for this district. And the reason there needs to be a representative because of the things that are coming up. Extremely well pointed out, and I appreciate that we have 3 options. When we're talking about a 5-year plan for the city, when we're talking about how we're going to spend Measure E money, when we're talking about creating a budget, and all of this would take place before we could get to the election in November. Now, there's been complaints about money. I've been considered a tight ass on this council because I question money a lot. And a lot of people don't like it. I don't care. It isn't my money, it's the public's money. But I'll ask those people that are questioning money, what price do you put on a vote? There are some members of this council, I hope, that spent some time in the service. I didn't. But I know there's some speakers that spent time in the service. A lot of blood was shed for votes. A lot of blood was shed for freedom. Those people that have talked about this and what they move forward and let's do the quick and easy thing, that's wrong. But you have to have somebody representing that neighborhood, because that extra slice of pizza will get divided up, because council members are elected by a district and council members are human and districts have requirements and needs and desires. There's something called needs, wants, and desires. And if there's an extra piece of pizza on the table, somebody's going to take it. And it's not going to go to District 2. I believe that it should be a short-term appointment. And when it comes to November, there's an election. Now, there's an argument that the person that is going to be running in that the person that will operate during that short term is going to do nothing but trying to make sure that he or she is reelected in November. There's a contrary argument that maybe that would be the best way to try and find out if the person is, he or she is worth their salt. The public needs to remember these are paid positions. Are they worth what the public is paying for it? And when there was a comment made that all incumbents win, I recall in 2012, incumbents were swept out of office in this city. I support the option 3. And if any council member has a question about my views on that or needs a clarification, I'll gladly give it. But I do believe that 39,000 people, as the city attorney stated, when this was created based on the 2010 election, and ladies and gentlemen, let's not kid ourselves. More people have been born than died in District 2. That's what's happened in my district. I can't believe it didn't happen in all yours. We have a city now that's rocking in around 250,000 people. And that's more population than all the cities I named. When you have a situation like that, you cannot deny them of representation. But as some of the most eloquent speakers tonight have said, you cannot deny them of a vote. You need to be represented, but you can't give a pass for 2 years. And the $93,000, what price do we put on democracy? Some of us sit with a flag in the picture, and some of us, say a lot of things. But what price do you put on democracy? The people that paid with blood paid one hell of a price for democracy. And these people need representation, but they also need a vote. Because I went to school too, and they told me the vote was the most precious thing you had. Looking at current events nationally, I wonder. But here on the city level, I have a chance to say what I said. And I appreciate the opportunity to having served the public. And I'm open for discussion if anybody wants. But if nobody is going to make a motion, I would recommend option 3. And I will hold my motion so that we have a full discussion of this. But I needed to get that off my chest and clarify. I was not appointed. I went through the heat of an election. And ladies and gentlemen, it isn't fun. Whether it's a straight up election or a recall or whatever, it ain't fun. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me speak.
Yeah, thank you, Council Member. Any additional comments?
Mayor, I'd like to make some comments if I can.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Yeah, I've listened to all the comments, and I've talked to a lot of people over the last month or so, knowing that something was going to be coming up. And I hear a couple things over and over and over again. One, District 2 needs to have a voice in this choice. And I don't disagree with that. I think District 2 does need to have a voice in this choice. But whether it's by appointment or by special election, I would submit that District 2 will have the opportunity to voice an opinion, either at the ballot box or if there's an appointment, it would be done in open session in a public forum where people are certainly entitled to come and make comments or observations or whatever they want. So they will have a voice should they choose to do so. This is not something that occurs in a closed session in a back room where nobody has a clue what's going on. This occurs in open session. I do think that District 2 needs a representative. And someone alluded to it, and it may have been Councilmember Perello, that when we changed the primary from June to whenever March or April, that shifted the whole dynamic. And because of that shift, to do a special election, the first possible election would be in November of 2021. Well, by the time it's certified, that's December of 2021. And that person has about 10 months, 11 months in office. So a couple of things happen. That puts them into campaign mode. And not all the politicians are like this, but there are some that when they're in campaign mode, they act differently than when they're not in campaign mode. And I'll let you can review what you want to review and see who you think that applies to and who it doesn't apply to. But so if we do a bifurcated or a hybrid opportunity like option 3, that person is going to be in campaign mode for the first year till the special election. If they get elected, they're going to be in campaign mode for the next year until the regular election. That may or may not be a good thing. I don't know. I'll leave that up to the folks to decide, but that's something to consider. I think there's an opportunity there for the folks in District 2 to have a voice and come forward and be heard. And I don't have a problem with that at all. I think they should be heard. Someone made a comment about, well, the incumbents have an advantage. And Oxnard this year was all 3 of the incumbents that were running for their seats were, reelected. But when you look at the local races across this county, there are probably a minimum of 15 or 20 incumbents that ran for their same seats. And of those 15 or 20 incumbents, 7 were not reelected. So it's not unheard of that an incumbent does not retain their seat in a general election. That happens. We all understand that. So I don't think because a person would be appointed and had the quote unquote incumbent title, it's not a hard, fast guarantee that they're going to retain it. And the voters will get an opportunity to vote in November of 2022 to decide whether to keep this person in that seat or not. So they will have a voice. The money is somewhat of a concern to me, but it's not an overwhelming concern. But the fact is that we do a special election, the District 2 goes for about 12 or 13 months without a representative. Now, I like to think that all of us would still look out for the interests of District 2, even though we don't represent that district. And I can tell you, I get calls from people citywide in different districts that want to talk to me about issues. And I'm always happy to talk to them. I'm always happy to champion their questions if I can. It's not a matter of whether I represent them or not. I live in Oxnard. I represent Oxnard. I'm voted in by the people of District 4, but that doesn't mean I don't care for the rest of my community, which I do. So I think there's a lot of discussion out there. I think there's a lot of back and forth. I personally am more in support of option 1. I think it's the best way to go. If it were a normal year, like when Councilmember Perello was elected and we had a special election, we got almost a full 2-year term out of that. I wouldn't have a problem with it, but it doesn't work out that way this time. So I'm more interested in having someone there as much as possible to represent District 2, and someone there as much as possible that is not in campaign mode, so that we know we're getting the true facts or true. And I'm not saying that the representative of District 2 would do that, but that's always a consideration. Are we getting the real person, or are we getting someone that's trying to set their platform to get reelected and then change it after the election? Who knows? But I at this point, I'm leaning towards option 1. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the time to speak.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate all the information and the comments that were received. I think there's a lot of points that were raised by many others, and I'm sure the rest of the council will also raise them as well. I think this, it's been a very challenging year in so many ways with COVID. It has impacted the way that we are able to do work. I mean, here we are meeting virtually. We can't even meet in person. And certainly we have a lot of work ahead of us. There's a lot of issues that we need to address as a city, as a council, and we need to maintain the focus where the work is at, and how can we more efficiently move forward and do the work that we need to do for the betterment of our entire city. When we were elected, at this point, all of us have been elected by district. but it doesn't mean that we only represent the district that we were elected under. We represent the entire city, and it is in this spirit that I also believe that we should move forward with option 1 and appoint a representative for District 2 that will be in a very public process, that will be open to our entire city, not just the residents of District 2 to comment on, just as today we hear from residents in different neighborhoods. And this, I think, will allow us to move forward to do the work that we need to do, not just as a council, but our entire city to focus. We need to maintain our focus, not be distracted through another election that will consume resources, consume time, distract our residents from the more important work that we need to do. And this will just allow us to get into 2022, and that will also be an opportunity for District 2 to voice your vote, and whether it's re-elect or elect the person that is appointed, or completely open it up to someone new. And you can start that process now. Begin that campaign process right now. That's something that you can do. So I do appreciate everyone's comments, very valid points, but I will follow in supporting option 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any Councilmember Basu, and then Oscar.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank all the speakers that called today. I ended up taking some notes. I also want to thank my colleagues that have already spoken in regards to this subject. I've taken everything into consideration. As an elected official, when I vote personally, I vote not only for, yes, District 5, which is a district that I represent, is important. And I'm so glad we went to districts in order to get some stuff done in South Oxnard. But when I vote, and I'm sure that my colleagues too, we vote for what's best for Oxnard. We vote what's best in District 3, 1. We're voting for the whole city as a whole, not just as a district. With that being said, I also, like Council Member Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, we get different emails from different districts. We reply to them. We are proactive with them. So when I was hearing comments about representation, I kind of have to take a step back. I would like to think that we represent everybody, not just our district. Yes, it's easier for somebody in our district to pick up the phone and know who they're going to call, but that should never be the case. It should always be the case that we are voting on what's best for Oxnard, not at what is best for one district. So in regards to representation, and regardless on how this vote goes tonight, I want to tell people in District 2, you need anything, you can contact me. I'm sure you can contact any of my colleagues. We are here to serve you. That is what we got elected to do. Now, what is best? There was a caller that called in, and what she said was, she says that, she wants to teach her kids that their vote is their voice. And I am a strong believer in that. From little early on, we teach our children, you've got to vote. That's your voice. And I don't want to take that away from District 2. I really don't. I want them to have a say. I know the statistics. I know it's not going to be, if we decide to go with option 3, like Councilman Perello says, or maybe option 2, my opinion would be, hey, I would like them to make their own opinion and just go with the special election regardless of the costs. At this point, we shouldn't really put a number on people's votes. We should be thinking about what's best for the district. Councilmember Mayor Pro Temp, I apologize, stated about, somebody being in campaign mode. I agree. He brought up very legitimate points, but I also believe that it is to the best interest, especially in this political arena that we are in, that we allow the voters to make their decision for themselves. because it is their representative. It is who they want to represent. Even though we can all sit here and we can all say we're gonna, we are going to do what's best for the city. And my hope is that we will, as we're taking these decisions into consideration, that we do it as a whole. We understand what is important to all of Oxnard. I don't want to take away that vote from the residents too. I don't feel comfortable enough making a decision for them that is going to impact them. So if I'm really going for option 2, that is what I would like to do. I understand the whole dynamics of it. But again, I want the residents in this district to be able, if they choose to, even if it's a very low turnout, it is up to them to put the next representative that is going to represent them in the seat. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Oscar. Mhm. Madrigal.
Need to unmute myself. My apologies. First of all, I want to thank everyone that called in or that spoke on this item. Everyone emails that not only I received, but I'm sure my colleagues received as well. Before I get into it, I do want to correct 2 quick things that Councilmember Perello said. One of which the aspect of people getting voted out of office being incumbents. That was actually in 2010, not in 2012. And second, District 2 is, I believe, the largest district in the city, population-wise, simply because population is based on the 2010 census, meaning that no one that lives in River Park or Wagon Wheel was ever considered as part of the numbers of the previous census. So that, in addition, adds, I don't know how many more people to District 2. But back to this, I was a part of the 2012 election with Councilmember Perello. I did not win, but and I always joke with him about it, but I did a whole lot better than Councilmember Perello did in that election. However, in defending Councilmember Perello, in that special election in 2013, he did kick my butt. I won't admit to it, but I guess I admitted to it right now in person. He beat me by 13 times more of the votes than I got is what he got to win that election. But anyways, I am a firm believer, and I agree with Councilmember Perello that in option 3, I do feel that District 2 does need that representation in form of an election. Looking back in 2013, in all honesty, with that council that was there at the time, I would have not been appointed. And I for sure know that Councilmember Perello would have not been appointed by that council. So, I think that the district does need that representation right now. And I believe that, we should do an appointment as quickly as we can within the 60 days, but we need to have that election. And people are going to argue that the election was so close, so nearby. Just recently, across the street at the school district, Trustee Lopez was appointed to a vacancy in June of 2020. She was up for election November 2020. So realistically, she had a 5-month term. Luckily for her, she's still in office. No one decided to run against her. So she gets to serve out the rest of the term. So she has 2 years to go. So in a matter of, probably 30 months, she would have to go through an appointment and 2 elections. you know, that's just the way it fell. And I do believe that, you know, we do need an appointment, but we need to hold that election in November. It would have been better, you know, if it was in June. But we play with the deck that we were dealt. And I truly do believe that people need to go out and vote. It's something that, you know, we were all taught in elementary school, you know, go out and vote. I remember my elementary school teachers would tell us that once we were 18, we should go out and vote. And I remember she told us that, you know, half of the people, this was back in the 90s, you know, what was it? The voter turnout was less than 50%. And that was for a presidential election, not a special election. I do feel that, you know, voter turnout is going to be low for a special election. Recall had about 17%. The 2013 election was actually at 13% voter turnout. So, but you know, you do get to say that you were voted in by the residents of your district, and you know, might be costly. Yes, it is time consuming, but you know, that's part of the process. We were all elected. Some of us know how it feels to lose an election, and you know, it is a tough pill to swallow, but you know, that joy of actually winning an election, you also get to experience the whole 9 yards. So I'm in favor of option 3.
Thank you, Councilmember. Well, I think I'm last. I heard all the concerns and all the speakers that spoke today, and also the council members, but I'm leaning towards moving towards option 1. And the reason I'm looking at option 1 because, as was said, you know, we represent the entire city. I do, and also I know that all the council members do the same thing. But I think that it's important that because District 2, we're going to have quite a few items that we're going to be looking at in the next 6 months. But before I even share that, that resident has to be from District 2. He has to be a registered voter. He's got to be 18 years of age. And also, as I mentioned, it was mentioned before too by our city manager and other people that we have some items that are really important that are coming up. The 5-year priorities are coming up. They're making decisions on the appropriations of Measure E. $4 million in a budget, discussing the landfill agreements, the park master plan, the homeless issue, the ambulance contract. We have a lot of issues that I think are going to be important for that district or somebody to represent that district. So, and also I've had numerous calls and emails supporting the appointment of option 1. And also I believe that there's a lot of people in option 1, they're going to have the opportunity to submit an application to be appointed. It's almost like being running for an election. So people are saying 1 or 2 people, but there's 38,000 people that live in that neighborhood, and that's district, excuse me, that can go ahead and apply for the job. And I've had numerous emails saying that they'd like to get, why have the district suffer for 12 months without a representative? And also it is excusable not to have somebody there. We need to have somebody in District 2. I'm not going to mention everything that people have said, but everything that I have was about 90% of the people wanted the option 1. And I know the neighborhood over in Fremont South, they had a vote that said 73% favor an appointment, 22.7 favored an ordinance with both options, and no one favored a special election. That's one neighborhood that spoke about that. So not going to reiterate everything that was said, but I believe that option one is probably the best option for that District 2, because they need the representation, and we have a lot of work, even besides those 7 options that, or decisions that we have to make. There's numerous other measures and items that we have to agree on, and we need somebody from District 2 to be represented. And I think Perello said something really important. That pizza, if we don't appoint somebody from District 2, they're not going to get the last piece of pizza. So I'm going for option one.
I'll make the motion to move option 3.
Who made the
Second.
motion?
Perello.
Second.
Bert, option 3, and
Second.
who seconded?
Madrigal.
Oscar
Yeah.
second. Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Perello,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
No.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
No.
Councilmember Lopez,
No.
So we. end
So
up
on a tie vote, the total was 3-3, correct, City Clerk?
yes, that is
3-3.
correct.
Mhm.
So on a tie vote, the motion fails.
So the
Mr.
motion-
Mayor, I would move option one.
Oops, okay. Second. Roll call, option one.
Who's second, Mayor?
I did.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Councilmember Perello,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
No.
Councilmember Basua,
No.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
another
So-
tie vote, 3-3.
No, no, it's in 4.
Hmm?
Is
That was a 3-3.
3-3?
That was 3-3.
Mhm.
So again, the motion loses, and so now the council's options are to seek a different motion, or if somebody in the prevailing side of one of the prior motions wants to move for reconsideration.
Which is the prevailing side of a prior motion?
The one that didn't.
There is no prevailing side.
That's
That
right.
is where it
No.
gets tricky with the tie vote.
So just a clarification, there was no prevailing side, correct, City
Yeah.
Attorney?
Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So let me see, so is there motion for another motion then for option 2?
I would make a motion that I believe 3 is a reasonable compromise. It has an appointment and it has an election.
With all due respect, I would disagree. I don't think it's a compromise at all. You're offering the same motion that you offered before,
Yeah.
which didn't pass, the same as my motion, which didn't pass. There's
So-
no compromise there.
So
So
now that
we
we're
just-
under,
So-
now that we're doing
Option
Robert's
2.
rules, that motion failed, and it can't be reconsidered unless
So-
somebody from the prevailing side makes that motion.
So
which
how-
again, give a definition of a prevailing side, city attorney, because this is looking a little silly. If both motions failed, there's no prevailing side. We had number one and number three. We had number one and number three voted ties. The only thing left is number two.
So number
Nobody-
two is the next option that we have left, right, Mr. Attorney? Option two?
So the option two, if somebody wants to make a motion on that,
Because
because
of
that has not been.
Because
moved
one and
yet.
three failed, right? So now option two is
Correct.
is the next option. So, council members, option two is the next option that we have, because one and three failed. So
So if there's no motion, I don't hear a motion, but have you called for a motion to see if somebody wants option?
yeah, because we can't go back to one and two and three, right?
So I will make the motion to go to motion two.
Who's that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, me.
Oh,
Gabby Basua.
okay. Gabby made the motion. Is a second.
Second.
Second by Oscar. Roll call.
Councilmember Perrello,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
No.
What was it?
no.
No.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
No.
Councilmember Lopez.
No.
Go back to square one.
The vote is 4-2.
4-2.
Yes, but on this one, there is clearly a prevailing side.
Yeah, at least we made a decision on something.
That was 4-2.
It was 4-2. Councilmember Perrella voted no.
Okay. So then option two is that the city attorney.
The motion failed, right?
Yeah. How'd you come?
Okay.
I mean, it's 2-4.
I thought.
So what's the question at this point?
So what? So we got 1, 2, and 3. That. So what's the next option there, Mr. City Attorney?
So you haven't had a motion that has prevailed. So perhaps it's best if I read from our book that we are bound to now by Measure M. So reconsideration, this is the rule on reconsideration.
City attorney, may I ask a question of the city clerk? Would the city clerk have better knowledge of this being running the meeting? The elected city clerk?
What is your question?
My question is, what is the procedure now that all three items have failed?
The motion does not carry. The motion failed, all three of them.
All three of them failed. Okay, so
Correct.
what is the next procedure? We move on to the next item on the agenda, and this was a no-go?
So we go to the
Yes.
city attorney, don't we?
Well, we
No,
can,
just said,
we can move on without action, or we can muddle through the Roberts Rules specific on reconsideration.
So-
If somebody wishes to consider that, but we need to see if the tie vote would allow that. So what's provided in Robert's Rules says that a motion to reconsider has the following unique characteristics. It can be made only by a member who voted with the prevailing side. In other words, a reconsideration can be moved only by one who voted aye if the motion involved was adopted, or no if the motion was lost. So by that reading, which we are bound by under Measure M, that would appear to say that if somebody voted no on one of the losing motions, because on a tie, the motion loses, then they could move to reconsider if they wish to change their mind and help move things along. Otherwise, we'll have to move on and come back at a future meeting with other options considered.
Okay, so then,
Mayor, may I ask you a question?
yep, hold on. Mr. City Manager, go ahead. City Attorney, go ahead. Bert.
And the city correctly, a person that voted no on a motion on the losing side could vote or could reconsider other motions. Is that correct? Did I understand in plain English? If I voted no on option 1, then I could make a motion to reconsider one of the other 2 options.
You could make a motion to reconsider that motion that you voted no on.
Which option 1, if you were saying?
Yeah, so if you
I
voted
believe
no,
it was option 2.
I voted no on option 1 and no on option 2.
But option 2 is the only one that was a clear decision against the measure. The other 2 were tied. That's why they died. So the only one you can consider a reconsideration on is option 2.
But wait a second, Councilman McDonald. I believe option 2. What was the score? Some people are saying 4-2, and that would mean that it would be a win. We wouldn't even be wouldn't even be talking about that. Option 2.
So
it was 4-2 for no.
Madam Clerk, what was the vote on option 2?
For option 2, we have 4 noes and 2 yeses.
Yeah.
So it's a no.
Okay, so then 4 noes and 2 yeses for option 2.
So option 2 can be reconsidered,
then,
but it would have to be by someone who voted no.
So, however, as I read in the wording of Robert's rules, it says, in other words, a reconsideration can be moved only by one who voted aye if the motion involved was adopted, which is not the case, or no if the motion was lost. So we had 3 motions that were lost. So anybody that voted no on those motions could
break it.
Make a motion to reconsider
That
a particular one of the particular motions, and then we could have a further deliberation on that. The council could, and see if you could reach a different result.
So then the people that voted no in option 2, one of those individuals could bring the new or 1 and 3. Okay. So what do you think, council members? Anybody want to reconsider? Well, we have to come back. How much of the 60 days do we have left?
Today is the first day.
Oh, okay. Well, we bring it back, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I was hoping not to have to speak on this item, but I think the elections code is clear. The council needs to make one of the choices. I personally don't see any benefit in continuing this item. I just think we just need to figure a way to make one of these choices, and the elections code lays out 3 choices. We just need to pick one.
And another problem with coming back at a future time, though, is that, as the city manager points out, these are the options. Unless you wanted to come back with a proposal to do one of the other ordinance options, as I mentioned, you can do an ordinance to require a special election. You can do an ordinance to allow for petitions as well. So the problem with leaving this for another meeting is that under the rules, you can't make a motion for reconsideration at a subsequent meeting. It has to be at the same meeting that the vote was taken.
So tonight we either pick either 1, 2, or 3. Is what you're saying?
Miss.
Easiest thing to do is can we make another motion to?
Mayor, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Mr. Fisher, you said that we can make a motion for a special election. Can you elaborate on that?
It's on 2.
I believe what I said just now, if that's what you're referring to, is that under the ordinance alternative in the government code, you can do 3 things with an ordinance. One of those was put into the ordinance that was presented tonight. The other 2 things are that the ordinance can set forth that the city policy going forward will be that a special election must be called. The second option for an ordinance is that petitions are allowed to be submitted, filed with, and we'd have to figure out what the requisite number the council would like for that to be. And the council could still call a special election on its own without the filing of petitions. So those are 2 of the options for an ordinance. The third option is the one that was presented tonight, with making the appointment and then immediately calling a special election for November.
Oh, I see. We'll make an appointment, and then that would be for 10 months or 11 months, and then you have to have a special meeting.
Special election. That's the ordinance that was before you tonight.
Okay, so
option 3 that you voted on.
Gabby, what?
Okay. I just wanted, I wanted to see if we could make another motion, but okay, I understand.
Can't you go ahead?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead. Pro Tem.
I'm not a fan of option 3, but we're at loggerheads. We're not going to accomplish anything here tonight. I think it's going to be a 3-3 split. I was a no vote on, I don't know what I was a no vote on anymore. I'm so confused. But if I'm hearing Mr. Fisher correctly, because I did vote no on option 3, I can change my vote and go with the hybrid model, although I'm really not a fan of it, but it gets somebody into the position immediately, which represents District 2. So I would amend my motion.
To go to 3?
Yes.
That was a Perello's.
So essentially what Mayor Pro Tem would be doing would be making a motion to reconsider the vote on option 3.
Okay. And now, do we have a second? I think on
I'll second
option
that.
3. And Perello option second and option 3. Okay, roll call. Now we're voting on option 3. Okay.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
I really don't like this, but we need to make a decision, so I'm going to say yes.
Councilmember Perello,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
No.
Motion passes 5-1.
Okay, well, thank you. That is approved. So it's option 3. Okay, thank you, council members, and quite a discussion. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Our next item is item 6, and this is a fire department, and this is a subject is going to be the fire academy, and that's Chief Hamilton. Chief Hamilton.
Okay.
Welcome.
Chief, give us a second. They're just pulling up your presentation. Here we go. Thank you.
I mean, you can't hear me okay, correct?
Yes.
Technology can be a little strange sometimes. So I first of all want to say thank you. Thank you for the time this evening. And tonight's presentation is about our next fire academy. If I could have the next slide, please. The motion in front of you is to approve a council appropriation of just over $755,000 from Measure O to fund a fire academy for 15 firefighter trainees. Next slide, please. I want to provide a little bit of background for everybody. You may recall back last year, we received an allocation of $711,000, just under $712,000 in Measure O funds to start an academy with 14 recruits. That academy started on March 9th, and as you can appreciate, that was right when this COVID-19 pandemic really started. It started to have an impact on us. So at the time, back in March of last year, we really didn't know enough about the virus. We didn't know, we weren't sure that we could keep our people safe and our recruits safe. And obviously we had no idea what was going to happen to the city's budget. So after 4 weeks, although we started on March 9th, after 4 weeks, the academy was furloughed. The decision was made to furlough the academy. And so within those 4 weeks, we actually had, we started with 14 recruits. One of them resigned, and then 3 of them were let go. So we actually furloughed the academy with 10 recruits. And since the academy was furloughed in March, 2 have actually resigned to go on to other agencies. The amount that was allocated of that original $712,000, $406,378 was unappropriated on October 20th of last year, and it was put back into the Measure O fund. Next slide, please. See, for those of you who are following the math, obviously we had an allocation of 712. We returned 406,000. So we expended $305,000 for that furloughed academy. And you can see the cost breakdown of where those funds went. Of those $305,000, just over half of it, about $166,000, we will not be able to recover. So those were, some of those costs were in recruiting costs for the folks that are no longer with us. And then for some of the equipment, and then the salary costs that were associated with that. Next slide, please. A little bit about the fact that we did furlough that academy, and I think it's fair to say that, and I think everyone can agree that the last 12 months, or at least 9 of the last 12 months, has been just hellacious for everybody. And so, although this does talk about some of the toll on our workforce, I just want to make it really clear that I feel very fortunate that we've been able to keep our workforce as healthy as we have through this pandemic. We've kept our COVID infections to a real minimum, thankfully. And I can tell you that every one of our personnel is incredibly thankful to be gainfully employed and being able to protect the residents of Oxnard. However, with that being said, this year has taken a really heavy toll on our personnel. In addition to these vacancies, we've had, it was an extremely busy wildland season, to which we do participate in. And now, obviously, as we're seeing the call volume rise with the COVID-19 pandemic, we're seeing some real, the call volume is really starting to spike. And so, as you can see there on the slide, overtime mandates, meaning those are times when we force people to stay at work or come to work, that's tripled in the last 12 months. That have worked as many as 25 days in a month. And it's worth mentioning there that they're 25 24-hour shifts. So there's 25 days out of the month that personnel have not been able to go home, have not been able to see their families. When we've had, because of the vacancies, if we have people deployed on wildfires, or we've had people in quarantine, that's when we've seen a real increase in those mandates. And I would like to just take a moment here, because I know council members and the city manager have talked about this. Right now, this pandemic here in Ventura County is reaching just horrors for us. As a really brief aside, we normally average between 3 and 4 CPR calls a week, which is CPR is when somebody's heart has stopped beating. Historically, we average 3 or 4 of those calls a week. We're doing up to 10 of those calls a day at the moment. some idea of where things are headed. And so I'll just reiterate what's already been said by everyone else, but please keep your circles as small as you possibly can, wearing masks, washing hands, all the things that people have talked about.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Slide just covers the difference between the cost of station coverage. So that would be the cost. That's the cost of filling vacancies with overtime versus the cost of filling those vacancies with full-time employees. And I just want to remind everybody that firefighting has a constant staffing model, which means that we on every engine that you see rolling down the road, there is always 3 personnel on that engine. As a minimum, and then on the ladder truck, like the one in that photo, there's always 4 personnel on the ladder truck. That's the way the fire service works, and so that's where if we have a vacancy, we need to put somebody, we need to put a body in that seat, and so that's where this the come from. Filling vacancies, obviously we always need to fill positions if somebody. If somebody leaves due to retirement or they take a job somewhere else, but also for annual leave, for jury duty, for vacancies, more recently, obviously, for people that are in quarantine, all of those things contribute to the costs of Very quickly, we just wanted to point out that we do try and keep our costs as low as possible. There is a difference in the price between the Oxnard Fire Department Academy and then the Ventura County Fire Protection District Academy. However, it is worth noting that Ventura County obviously has a very different risk profile than we do here in Oxnard. They have a lot more wildland. They have some different areas of the county and different territory that they have to cover. So their academy is actually 6 weeks longer. And so there are some differences between what we teach our recruits versus what the Ventura County does. And so there is a little bit of a cost difference. So, that comparison that we do our very best to keep our costs as low as possible. Then one of the other things that I did want to also point out is that we do have a dynamic staffing plan, so that if we do lose recruits as the academy goes on, we will reduce the number of the training cadre that is currently teaching those recruits, which will obviously mean there'll be less people not working. For this academy, for the second half of this academy, that we're teaching all the specialty classes. So that's urban search and rescue, hazardous materials, truck operations, those kinds of classes. We actually have a specialty cadre that'll just come in to teach that portion, and then they'll go back to their regular assignments. So we've tried to keep our costs as low as possible as we carry out this academy. The other thing that I really wanted to point out is that we are sincerely hoping that all 15 recruits meet our requirements through this academy. It is a tough academy to get through. It's 16 weeks, but we will need to do a second academy or another academy this time next year. And so because we will have vacancies due to attrition and retirement. It is worth noting that since 2017, we've had 5 firefighters from our agency resign to go to other departments, and that doesn't include the two furloughed recruits that resigned since March. And so that is part of the reason why we will need another academy this time next year. So one of the things that we'll be focused on in 2021 is recruiting women to our academy and more locals that grew up here locally. And so we have an excellent relationship with Oxnard College, and we plan on leveraging that relationship and working hard on doing some recruiting to get some more local talent, because we think that's the best way of being able to retain our workforce. So there'll be more to come on that, but we are really looking forward to getting that in the next 6 months, with a view to starting a fresh academy in January of 2022. We mentioned at the opening, we are requesting a budget appropriation of $755,461 from Measure O. And the next slide is just the question slide. I'm now open for any questions that council might have.
Mr. Chief, the question I was going to ask you, you probably mentioned that our recruits, are they going to train with the Ventura County Firefighter Training Program, or is it a separate program?
We do try and coordinate some of the specialty classes. So we will be doing trench rescue training with their recruits. We will be doing confined space operations. So there are some classes that we're doing together, but the vast majority of the training will actually there'll be two separate academies.
Okay, and also, I think you mentioned in your report that you'll be saving something like $919,000 by actually approving this item, which I think is going to help.
Not quite that much, but with the difference between paying overtime versus filling those spots, we end up saving about $900,000 a year. Correct.
And that helps with the tripled overtime, and helps our workers work probably more efficiently and less tired, and hopefully maybe avoid injuries in the process.
We are in desperate need of these recruits and these personnel. Our workforce is hurting right now. So yes, you're absolutely correct.
Thank you. Any questions of the chief? Councilmember Perrella?
Yes, Chief, thank you very much for explaining the money savings from the academy that was canceled. I know there were a lot of questions when this came before a separate matter. Members of the public asked the questions. And with respect to the academy and hoping that we keep all those individuals in the academy, are you finding you have a shortage of applicants for jobs?
Necessarily have a shortage of applicants for jobs. We do have a shortage of applicants that are local, that grew up here in Oxnard. We definitely need to do a better job of recruiting women into the fire service. That's a national issue, but particularly acute issue for us here in Oxnard. So we did have 15 recruits are well qualified for the positions, and so it's more a matter of recruiting locals.
Do we have any women firefighters currently? And if we do, are there any requirements for particular station accommodations?
Currently, our last female firefighter left. She resigned to go work for Santa Monica Fire Department. So that was our last female firefighter. She resigned 18.
I know there's been some stories about problems in Los Angeles with respect to female firefighters filing complaints about things that have happened. We don't have any issues like that in our police and our fire department, do we? No.
That's something that we'll be very focused on as we recruit more women into the Oxnard Fire Department, making sure that we don't have any of those issues.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the report. Thank you.
And Chief, I understand too that the city of Oxnard, County of Ventura, they are looking to recruit women, and their accommodations are being made, for the women, especially with the sleeping quarters and so forth. But they're treated accordingly, just like the men are. Correct.
Correct. We have a number of stations that are relatively old, and so they still have, they're still dormitory style sleeping quarters. However, the city over the years has ensured that there's at least 2 bathrooms, and they've done some amount of work. We really do need to update some of our fire stations, but that's a longer term goal.
All right. Thank you, Councilmembers. We have a couple of speakers that'd like to speak on this item, and we have Pat Brown and Larry Stein.
Pat Brown?
Pat Brown? Hello?
Hi, yes, you have 3 minutes.
Yes.
You slow her TV, I think.
I'm waiting. The TV is going on. For why, I don't know. I agree with them. I think they've been planning this for some time. I remember last spring, they were hoping that the Measure O could pass for the extra sales tax, so they could have some money to use for this, because if it didn't, they were really going to be up a creek. So they've been depending on this sales tax increase, all year actually, hoping that would get approved. And I think we need to make sure that we've got a good enough fire department, because there's always possibilities of these range fires and coming in close. You never know. High winds always makes it worse. We end up helping the other fire departments when they all get together and have to go, into horrible fire situations with high winds and up in the hills and that sort of thing. I think we need it. I mean, we want them to help us, and how are they going to do it without the training and the equipment and so forth? How are they going to do it? Well, I don't think there's any question about this, in my opinion. I think we're just waiting. They're just waiting for the approved date, and that's it. They're going on, and thank God we've got them. What would we do without them? What if we had a major earthquake, like tonight or tomorrow, without the help that we need? Then what? I think we better get on this as soon as possible, frankly. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Our next speaker is Lawrence Stein. 3 minutes.
Mr. Stein, are you there?
Yes, so on mute, I think, what it looks like.
Thank you. Mr. Stein, can you hear us?
Larry.
Hello. Okay.
Hello.
Yes, hi. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
I concur with the fire chief that more bodies are needed. I disagree with the fire chief that firefighters are needed. Please remember last April, after building out 2,500 homes, 4 shopping centers, 2 high schools, and 3 elementary schools, the fire department said we do not need another fire station. We just need 3 firefighters. We don't need a fire station. We don't need a complement of fire stations. This is a report that City Council approved on last April. We do need people to serve EMS. Please remember that a fire department has said that we do an average of 1.5 fires a day, 1.5 fires a day. And most of those firefighters are not structural fires, but dumpster fires. I recommend that City Council turn down this option of having more firefighters when we really need more EMTs, emergency medical technicians. People can respond to 80% of our calls, which are for basic life support and advanced life support. While I appreciate the work of our firefighters, I think the allocation resources need to be reconsidered. The fire department has strongly opposed the idea of using more EMTs. Our previous fire chiefs tried to do it, but the unions fought back and said they did not want to do it. Again, I suggest that City Council turn down this measure with the options of using EMTs and training for EMTs and not firefighters. We need EMTs. We don't need 3-man, 4-man crews to go out in ladder trucks. We need 2-man crews to go out in ambulance to help people with the current virus and other medical conditions. Again, staffing is needed, but I don't think staffing is needed for firefighters. I'd like to have the fire chief comment on these comments as to why we need firefighters, not more EMT type people. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Chief, thank you for your report. And council members, I'd like to make a motion to approve this item.
Second.
Second by Lopez. Roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes, but before we leave, can we have the public comment addressed by the fire chief before the item is, the vote is finished and moved on? Thank you. Yes, I vote yes.
You want to respond to that, Chief?
let's
We
continue with
started the vote. Can we finish the vote?
Is that okay? Let's finish the vote then.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Okay,
motion passes
that's approved.
6-0.
Chief, you want to respond to the speaker?
I will say that I think Mr. Stein would be very proud that this fire department is actually one of the cheapest fire departments for a city our size anywhere in California. We pride ourselves in doing more with less. Certainly, it would be less staffing than what we do. We are also one of the lowest staffed in terms of raw numbers of firefighters for a city our size in California. So I would wholeheartedly agree, and we are looking at reforming the way we deliver EMS services, as I'm sure Mr. Stein's been watching with some of the changes we're looking at with the ambulance contract. So I would like to think that this staffing will just keep us at the minimum level that we need to be, and we will look to doing continued reform on a similar vein to what Mr. Stein referred to in increasing our EMS capacity.
And thank you, Chief. And
thank you, Chief.
And Chief, just for additional information, we do need that personnel, and it's extremely important because, as you mentioned, tripled overtime, and our men are being worked, to the max, and COVID-19 is upon us. So thank you for your work. Okay.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I would probably use the word least expensive as opposed to cheap. I hate calling firemen cheap.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
And that's
Thank you.
coming from a former cop.
Thank you for those comments. Okay. Our next item is the last item, is Public Works item. It's award agreement A8266 to Techert. I'm not pronouncing that correctly. TECHERT Energy. Techert?
Yes.
Techert
it's
Energy and
Tykart.
Tykart Energy and Utilities Group Corporation for La Colonia Neighborhood Cast Iron Replacement Project PW 2058. And that's
Mayor,
Rosemary.
Mayor, real quickly,
Yes,
I need to abstain from this. I live too close to where some of this is all the work is gonna be done.
Okay, so Oscar, that he abstains because he's too close to the. Okay. Thank you, Oscar. Rosemary.
Yes, so good evening. This is actually Tatiana Arnaud, your city engineer, who will be presenting this.
Oh, okay.
As you mentioned, this is the award for agreement A-8266 to Tykart Energy and Utilities Group for the La Colina Neighborhood Cast Iron Pipe Replacement Project. Next slide, please. So the recommendation is such that the City Council approve and authorize first the mayor to award and execute agreement A-8266 with Tykart Energy and Utilities Group Incorporated for $4,118,300, which includes the base bid and additive items numbers 32 through 37 for La Colonia Cast Iron Pipe Replacement Project PW 20-58, or otherwise known as project number 183107. And second, that a project contingency amount of $411,830 for this project be approved and authorized. Third, a project allocation of $411,830 for engineering inspection, survey, and project management for this project. And finally, number four, to approve a budget appropriation in the amount of $4,760,260 from the Water Operating Fund 601. Next slide, please. So as Oscar mentioned, this is actually right in his neighborhood. So this map shows in red highlighted the locations where we will be replacing the cast iron pipe throughout the La Colonia neighborhood. If you go to the next slide, please. We will be replacing a 60-year-old cast iron pipe, and it'll be replaced with a PVC pipe. The work will include the installation of approximately 3.5 miles of this new PVC water main. We're also replacing almost 300 water services up to the meter, as well as the replacement of fire hydrants, valves, airbags, and blow-offs, which are all part of the water system there. The project will include the restoration of the AC pavement over the new water lines, which is where we're doing all the trench cuts. Next slide, please. So this project is anticipated to be followed by a full street resurfacing this summer. However, that's completely dependent on rerunning our street budgets for the new fiscal cycle. I do have to also disclose that Cooper Road and Colonial Road will not be a part of the resurfacing that we're anticipating this summer due to right-of-way issues that will affect property owners along those two corridors. And it prevents us from being able to pave the street while also providing sidewalks that meet ADA, which are required for gas tax funding to qualify for street resurfacing. So we're kind of stuck in that right now, but we're trying to resolve that. Next slide, please. So you guys could get a sense for what we're trying to replace. Here's a photo showing what 60-year-old cast iron pipe looks like. This is actually from a project that was completed recently here within the city of Oxnard. Next slide, please.
I think that's what the inside of my body looks like too.
Here's a photo showing the staging area and some open trenches for the water main shown in the center photo, and then what a trench for a service looks like. These are all things that you would typically see during construction. The staging area will be out of everybody's way and should not be an issue. We do not know where that will be located at this time. That's for the contractor to figure out, but it will be communicated to anybody in the surrounding areas. Next slide, please. So the notice of inviting formal bids for this project was published back in October with bids due at the beginning of November. We received 5 total bids, and Tykart Energy and Utilities Group was found to be the lowest responsive bidder for this project. As you can see, the first 3 bidders were actually pretty tight grouping, so that tells us that this was a good bid in terms of pricing. Next slide, please. So the financial impact is that the total project cost will be around $4.9 million, with 4.1 of that going to Tykart Energy, another 400,000 in project contingency, and the engineering, inspection, survey, and project management to keep the project running will be another $400,000. Currently, we have just under $200,000 available in this project, and the remaining cost to complete the project of $4.7 million will require budget appropriation from the Water Operating Fund 601. Next slide, please. That does conclude my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Madam Engineer, I have a couple of questions. Why are we going from a 4-inch or 12-inch down to a 1 and 2-inch pipe? Number one, why are we going from a 4 and 12-inch cast iron down to 1 and 2-inch PE?
So different pipe materials have what we call N value. So basically it's the smoothness factor within the actual pipeline. So in some cases it's because the PVC pipe is smoother, although it might be a smaller pipe, more water can go through it. I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm pulling up the staff report right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what we're trying to say in the staff report is that we're changing pipe sizes of varying sizes. So that's not that we're changing from one pipe down to a lower size, but that there are varying pipe sizes and we're replacing all of them.
Oh, I see. Some will be a different size, is what you're saying.
That's correct.
Okay. And the other question I have, you have 75 working days, and this is going to be in the wintertime. Are you taking into consideration rain and other conditions that might increase at 75 days that potentially could cause, traffic problems and so forth?
Of course. So if there's an event where, because of unforeseen conditions or weather conditions or something that may require us to extend the working days, we will do so at that time. But we anticipate that 75 working days would be sufficient, including what we could anticipate with regards to any sort of inclement weather and other, I guess you could say, known unknowns that would happen during this project.
And the contingency of 411,000 will take care of that.
That will only take care of any unforeseen conditions as we open up the streets to get down into the pipeline.
Okay, okay, thank you. Council members, any other questions?
If there are no comments, I move the recommended action.
I think Bert, we'll take that. Bert, go ahead. You got to unmute yourself, Perilla.
On the staff report, 300 and page 387 in this, on the 4th paragraph, it goes, we're going to work to abandon and replace existing 4 to 12-inch cast iron pipes. What is going to be the standard size we're going to be putting in? Will it be standard size throughout the neighborhood?
It depends on what the demand is at each point of the neighborhood, right? So as you get to the end of the line, the pipe size will get smaller because there's less demand. As you get to your major loops or your mains, right, there's going to be a larger pipe size. So it's not that you set a standard pipe size. What you do is you size the pipe for the demand that's needed at each of those in each of those areas.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question, I've got 4 questions. And the second one is, with respect to the PVC, this is not a PVC where there's been problems with chemicals leaching out of the pipe.
No, absolutely not. So this is meeting very stringent standards so that it does not do that.
Okay, thank you. And then the next is slide 5. You mentioned the ADA upgrades are required by the gas tax funding to qualify, but there's some reason we're not going to be able. Can you explain that? Because I'm really curious about that, because I know that they're doing ADA and off C Street. I've seen a lot of ADA things, and I know this neighborhood's been waiting a long time.
Yes, so along Cooper and Colonia Road, we do have a lot of properties that are encroaching on our public right-of-way with fences and block walls, for instance. And if you've noticed, the sidewalks in that area are very narrow. And in order for the gas tax funding to qualify to resurface the streets along those 2 corridors, we have to make sure that we upgrade all of the sidewalks to meet current ADA standards. In order to do so, we have one of 2 options. We could either remove those block walls and fences and essentially take back our right-of-way and place sidewalks that meet the widths required for ADA. Or the second option would be to leave those block walls and fences where they are, take from the street, which would make it more narrow and potentially remove parking. And then we'd also have to vacate our right-of-way and give it back to the homeowners because that would be their infrastructure that's in that right-of-way. So that's a major discussion that needs to be had with the property owners along those corridors. And so that's really what's preventing us from being able to resurface them.
This brings back memories, and I feel for you because you've inherited a can of worms of this one. With respect to when there were widenings of the streets and shaving the curbs, there was the chance of taking some of the people's front yards. And I remember going to those meetings and being asked to leave to go back to the other side of the tracks. With the last question on picture 6, we don't have cast iron pipe in the ground broken like that. Otherwise, we'd have water coming up to the street, correct?
No, that's absolutely correct. It's definitely not broken up like that, but it breaks pretty easily once you dig the trenches and you're pulling that stuff out. It's pretty brittle.
And I appreciate looking into the bid sheet. There's a thing about dewatering. If we do have a problem with water and having to dewater, where does it go? Does it go into the storm drains? Or does it go into
it gets tested before we do anything with it, first and foremost. And typically we make it the responsibility of the contractor to dispose of the water, especially if there are any contaminants in it, and they'll use water trucks to get rid of that.
Okay, and thank you very much. Go ahead.
I was going to say, if necessary, we also obtain any permits necessary to be able to do any discharges into the storm drain, just like any other private contractor would.
Okay, and again, thank you, and I apologize for asking these questions, but this item did not come to the Public Works Committee, so it's the only shot I got to ask some questions about it. Thank you very much, Ms. Eric. You do a good job there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those questions. I know there was a motion, but before we go to that motion, we have one public speaker that was a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, but I'd like to take the public speaker, and that would be Gabriel Tehran, as we have one public speaker. Gabriel, are you on?
Mr. Tehran, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good evening again, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, and the public. I just want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the work that's gone into putting this all together and getting the bids. And I know this may seem like a very routine item for Public Works and maybe for many staff and council members as well. But replacing these decades-old cast iron pipes is a huge job. And I have to commend Public Works for the work that goes into this and to the contractor who's going to be doing the work. And I felt compelled to speak on this for a couple of reasons. One being that the neighborhood right next to mine, Fremont North, recently had a similar project done over the summer. And it was a huge project. Just I got to see it every day and see the heavy machinery going in and out through my neighborhood to get to theirs, and seeing the trenches that were dug and bringing in the new equipment and new pipes. And it's so much work, and it's definitely needed. Seeing the pictures that were shown in the presentation, I recognize them from from Campus Park in my neighborhood. They were being stored there, and seeing those pipes being brought up, we really need to be paying attention to our infrastructure. And I'm so glad that we're doing that now, as you know, our resources allow. That being said, the other reason I wanted to speak on this is I'm sure the city's already doing this, but one of my biggest things is always about communication between the city and the projects and the residents who are affected. And so I have seen questions and discussion come up about the condition of streets. Colonia neighborhood comes up fairly often. And now that there is a project later this year in 2021 to resurface the streets, it seems that maybe the connection can be made that you're getting, as residents, new pipes put in, PVC pipes to replace aging infrastructure. And after that, that's now when the streets will be repaved. It just to make that connection that those things, one needs to happen before the other. And that would explain why that didn't happen. The streets weren't resurfaced sooner rather than they are now. Regardless, though, I applaud the job that's going to be happening. As I mentioned, I saw it happen in the neighborhood next to mine. It's a huge amount of work, and I'm looking forward to the residents of the Colonia neighborhood getting this upgraded infrastructure, which is something they've been waiting for, I'm sure, and something that's very well deserved. So thank you all very much. I hope you all have a great evening.
Thank you, Gabriel. And Madam Engineer, one last question that I have is, how are we conveying this information to the community? And are we doing it in Spanish? Are we communicating through flyers or through the Vida newspaper? Or how are we doing what kind of conveyance or information are we giving in Spanish to the community there?
So we are preparing flyers to be distributed around the community once we have a schedule from the contractor in terms of when the work will be happening and specifically on what streets. They'll be both in English and Spanish. I do have staff on my team where we speak Spanish, so we are able to take any calls from the residents directly from our staff and be able to answer any of their questions. And we'll also be putting this on our social media accounts in both English and Spanish, so we'll be working with Katie Casey on that.
Thank you. I think that's extremely important.
And Mr. Mayor, just a side comment, if I can.
Yes, go ahead.
I would hope that we're reaching out to the other utilities that might have infrastructure in the same area, such as the gas company, phone company, whoever that has underground utilities, so that after we do a nice job of replacing all our water pipe and paving the street, that some other utility doesn't come through in 3 months and dig it all back up to fix their stuff. We should coordinate with them to make sure they need to replace stuff. It gets done at the same time or a little bit before.
That's extremely important because I've seen many projects that we do a job, we pave, and then we turn around 6 months later and tear up the street. So extremely important. Bert, do you want to say something?
Yeah, just a question. With respect to the comment that was made by the public speaker, that there's going to be a paving with Colonia Road, and then you've mentioned that there's a problem with right-of-way. Is that going to pave the Colonia Road, but omit that section where there's a question about right-of-way?
Is it Cooper Road, right?
I thought it was La Colonia.
So the issue is with both Cooper Road and Colonia Road. What we're saying is that we're going to be resurfacing the rest of the community, the rest of the neighborhood, with the exception of those two because of the right-of-way issues. So there was a phase one that was done, I believe, a few years back before my time, in the northwest quadrant of the neighborhood that was already resurfaced. We intend to resurface the remaining portions of the neighborhood with the exception of those two corridors.
Thank you very much.
And that's what would be happening in the summer.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the presentation. There was a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, second, Perrello. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
You can call me council member. That's okay. Yes.
Thank you. And Councilmember Perrello.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
And of course, Oscar abstained from that.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, before you adjourn the meeting, in the spirit of our split vote tonight, I just checked, and with 97% reporting in Georgia, the two Senate races, one is a dead heat at 50-50, barely 1,000 vote difference. And then we're talking about here over 4 million votes.
Oh.
And in the other race, it's 50.4% versus 49.6%.
And who's
So-
up and who's down?
So in the spirit of split votes, there's the future of our country. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll adjourn. Thank you so much, council members.
Good night.
Thank you all.
Good night.
Good night.